what we're dealing with is the church to state. And we want to talk about how the church and the state relates to where we're going as a society as it concerns artificial intelligence. The concept of us being in a simulation, which is a concept many of us have adopted in this Aquarian age. And this right here gets you laughed at. But the thing is, you're just at the cutting edge of science, because mainstream science are currently adopting the concept of a simulation. But not only that, they are adopting the theory of parallel universes to explain multiple simulations playing out at once. Doesn't that sound familiar? Yes, that is ancient cosmology. That is what they laugh at, what they call flat Earth. The reason I'm even bringing this up is because you can't have a simulation theory with the heliocentric globe Earth model. Now, what's going on in the world? This is just a little intro, people. Come on in, take your shoes off. What's going on in the world, people, is that it's becoming very hard to deny the unseen reality. It's becoming very hard, right? Becoming very hard. Peace and love, everyone. It's becoming very hard to suppress information about the astral plane, about altered states of consciousness, about multidimensional reality, or even lucid dreaming, astral projecting. It's becoming so very hard to, I'm going to go off cam for a second, but I'll cam back up. It's becoming very hard to deny these things, because so many humans are beginning to experience them in groups and have conversations about them. And if that's going to happen on a grassroots level, that can be the very movement to usurp what we call the system. Now, even if flat Earth fail, that will succeed. The point is, you cannot allow a grassroots awakening to go on. You got to control any awakening that's happening. Otherwise, it's like a fire in your house that can burn out of control. So any little spark that arises, and see, the spark that's arising is astral projection, out of body experience. People want to explore the alternative universes that we all know deep in our soul exist. We know when we dream that there's something more to these realms. Science want in on this conversation. They've laughed at it for so long, but it's becoming very popular. The problem with science is they literally developed a model of reality that does not cater to parallel realities, the idea of a simulation or a multidimensional experience. And why do I say that? All of these things equates to a creator. For example, you need the simulation theory, which is the best explanation for parallel universes. Why is that? Let me explain. Let me explain something to you guys. Think of the Big Bang as they tell it to you. It's just a random explosion. And from that random explosion, everything happens after that is a mistake. You know, a random explosion, like a dude that's ejaculating inside of a woman, and he didn't mean to let it explode because his pullout game ain't right. And because his pullout game wasn't right, that random explosion created a little mistake called life. That's human story, right? Humans are bastards. We're bastards because the universe was a random ejaculation. And somehow, no one planned for it. Life happened. Don't that sound like a bastard? See, with this kind of anti-creationism viewpoint, there's no way you can get in on the conversation of simulation theory, creationism, or parallel realities. You literally counted yourself out. And you didn't think that the rest of the world would take these kind of things serious, but we are in the age of Aquarius. And people want to know about how they mind work. What is the spirit? What are my dreams? They feel so real. People are asking questions and having conversations that are making a lot of people in power scared. And the only thing they can do is get in on the conversation. Can you imagine how crazy you would look to let the mainstream public, grassroots, start controlling a conversation about the psyche, the astral realm, out-of-body experience? This is very intellectual Aquarian age stuff. And it have been laughed at a lot. But people ain't laughing at it. Even, I'm talking about everywhere you look, people are starting to take this stuff serious, even Christians. And the days are gone where our scientists can just laugh this away. Either they're going to participate in this conversation or they're going to be left behind. So what do you think they decided to do? They decided to participate. And now we have a lot of theories about parallel realities, multidimensional experiences, simulation. And we have these theories being applied to the globe model. And you can't have your cake and eat it too. This means that your model does not have a creator. And you just can't give it one. What do you mean, Sanchez? Well, when you say it can be a simulation, no, it can't, not in your model. In your model, it can only be a bastard. It can only be a bastard child.
That's right.
That's it. You can't say this boy's birth was planned and orchestrated and also say his daddy didn't intend to bust that nut. That's double talking. And that's what we doing in the globe model. Either it was a planned and orchestrated universe from a beginning with an intelligence behind creation. And if it was, then we can entertain simulation theory. Then we can entertain parallel realities. But you can't entertain these deep conversations and you're a globe head. Get away. Get away. Aren't y'all supposed to be out there looking for aliens and shit on other planets? Now you're looking up in the sky, entertaining the idea that every star could be another copy of Earth. Which one you want to go with? Now, why am I bringing all this up and how is it relevant to today's conversation? I said all of that to say this. Excuse me. Yeah, I said all that to say this. The conversations we're having about AI, the conversations we're having about deepfake technology, the conversations we're having about the digital government that's coming, right, is opening up Aquarian age conversations again, just like astral projection, lucid dreaming. These Aquarian age conversations are wondering, have we done this before? We're seeing a lot of stuff happening on the earth that makes us scratch our head if you're investigating your reality. And it explains a lot of mysteries in the past if you put the puzzle pieces together. Basically what's going on, man, a lot of the technology that's coming to the earth today, if we entertain the idea that it existed in advanced ancient societies, then we'll do away with the world religious system. Why, Sanchez? The world religious system is a system of explaining away advanced technology through us worshiping, quote unquote, miracle workers. Now, during the time when the church established power, that science was prevalent on the earth. And this is what they're not telling us. They had a near past advanced society in the world that plenty of people call Tartaria. Tartaria don't represent one area that was very advanced. Tartaria represent one era, an era of time in the near past where the entire world had electricity, wireless technology, internet, man. Yeah, I know that sounds crazy. How much of history has been deleted? And do you think we're doing something new under the sun today? I don't. What is religion? What is world religion? You see, technology in the past was talked about, but it wasn't talked about using modern scientific language. So people would speak about people being raised from the dead with the power of God. God was just another title for what we would call scientists. Scientists in the near past had defibrillators, but they don't want us to know about that. So when we read about people being raised up from the dead with the power of God, we think miracles. We think magic tricks versus ancient people with a defibrillator, man. It's not that hard. Defibrillator technology isn't hard, man. If you can build the pyramids and align them with the stars, then you ain't gonna make me think that you rose the dead with a magic trick. Something's not adding up, and I don't like to believe in fairy tales. I'm not a child. I like to deal with conversations about technology and science. So why can't we apply those to the ancient world? Well, I am. And that's what we're going to do today, to shed some light on where we're going today in the world so you can see where we've been in the past. And picking up where we left off last Sunday, we got to deal with biblical scripture and text and all that to show you what I just meant about people had technology in the past, but they didn't speak about it with modern scientific language. They spoke about these things in theocratic or romanticized ways that became religion today. See, all of these religious books, these are just textbooks that was recording advanced technology that the gods was using. And the gods became the prophets who had time traveling technology, just like Hitler and paperclip Nazi Germany. They had time traveling technology. CERN is ancient time traveling technology. The prophets was able to see the future and see it accurately. And there was some using technology to do that with. And there was some doing it directly from their third eye. And there was a war on earth. And what was that war about? The natural world versus the unnatural world, or artificial intelligence versus original intelligence. You call it the battle of good and evil, but this battle has been going on ever since the creation of this earth, because ever since the creation of this earth, you had what I call player characters, or humans with souls, coexisting with non-player characters, or artificial intelligence that just exists within the game. These are humans without souls. We call them mankind, but not man. They exist among us, inextinguishable from humans with souls. The world around us was said to be a simulation by the ancestors, a digital program that our mind is turning into a visual experience, just like a binary code turns into icons, colors, shapes through number coding. The ancestors talked about in the beginning was the math, or ma'at. In the beginning was the word, or the code behind the simulation, the thing that's written before the program even exists as something playable. In the beginning was the word, the encrypted code, the code. You have to write these games out. Every program has a script written, a binary code. And you may need to go rewatch The Matrix to make a lot of connections too. But check this out. We're going to go now into ancient scriptures, and I'm going to go off cam, and we're going to go over here to Chat GPT, because I could go to Bible Hub and just pull scriptures from there. But I will admit to you, let me go off subject a minute just to give y'all a little bitty side facts, you know, for my nerds out there who care. Bible Hub, Bible Gateway, all of these going away. There aren't going to be any more biblical websites, and people made a lot of money off this. These are very, like, I know, for example, Bible Hub and Bible Gateway are $1 million Christian websites that make a lot of money just for people using them like the Google for the Bible. They're like biblical search engines. And it's a lot of money in that with the ads. You know how many Christians that prefer to just pull up that and it'll give you the scriptures like that versus taking all day to flip through a Bible? But you're finding that Chat GPT is taking over the biblical sites, and rightfully so. It's better. I can pull any scripture, and I can get Chat GPT to give me any other books that was taken out that relate to it. It's just endless. It is endless what I can get Chat GPT to do in a Bible study setting like what we have today. So let's put our slave to work here. And I got Chat GPT pulling me up all of the scriptures that are related to today's topic. And for this Sunday, we're going to be doing it digitally, going along with Chat GPT for the sake of time. And I will be sharing that screen with you while I go off camera a minute. That way I can burn my incense, if you know what I mean. Because I don't need to be on camera yet for this scripture portion. Now let's get it. You shall not make for yourself. Oh, matter of fact, this is Exodus. Let me blow this up. This is Exodus chapter 20, verse 4. Make sure y'all like and share. We about to get this thing popping right now. Like and share. Prepare for many revelations. Exodus chapter 20 and 4. You shall not make for yourself a carved image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in earth beneath, or that is in water under the earth. Now, let's recap on one of the main points that we left off on last show. So we're in a simulation, as I mentioned. Now that we know this thing is created, we can start talking about the creator, okay? And the creator was described as a two-faced deity they called a Demiurge, Yaldabaoth. We're going to go into that, the creator of this place that we're in. We're going to talk about the nature of that creator. And I'm going to give you all my theories and research on it. But first, let's deal with the actual creation coming into fruition, starting with Genesis. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, it reads here, and I like the New King James Version. We'll go to here. It says, let's do KJB here. Let's do that one. And it says, and God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. Stop right there. Now, before God said this, guess what, y'all? We was in paradise. Whoever spoke this, because this is in Genesis, right? This is in Genesis chapter 1 and 26. And this is what you got to realize. You're reading a portion of a creation story that have, when you read the KJB, NKJV book of Genesis, I would argue that you're only reading half of the whole creation story. The other half you need are in a bunch of books that they took out, such as Enoch, the Book of the Lord, Wars, because the war in heaven is very important to understanding how the earth was created. And there's so many aspects that tie into certain things in our reality that you just won't understand reading the book of Genesis alone. So again, there's a lot of stories in the text that we don't have in the King James Version. And it goes into pretty deep detail about how the devil made it to the earth, the interaction between humans on earth and the demons, the devil that was kicked out. And you need these things. I would also recommend reading Paradise Lost, which is like the Bible for Freemasons. Now, this is very deep because a lot of people see contradictions in the Bible, and there are contradictions in the Bible. If I take hundreds of books from different cultures and compile them into the same spot with the people who are trying to silence those cultures, but also trying to blend certain aspects of those cultures and theirs, you're going to find contradictions. Because if I invade your land and my God say it's okay to eat meat, but your God is a vegetarian God, and I conquer your people, but I don't destroy all of y'all traditions, I just blend my traditions with you guys' traditions, and we actually just make a new religious text that include my concepts and yours. See, the colonizer don't destroy your culture. He muddy it up by blending it with his. So my thing is this. In that kind of a culture, you would have in their religious text that God said we can eat meat. Then you would flip over to another page where God is condemning the eating of meat. What's going on in the Bible? You got to realize that the Bible is a compilation of so many people's different gods that was conquered by these Christians. They didn't delete your stuff. They just collected it. The religion we call Christianity today is a collection and a medley and a fruit cocktail compilation of I would say over 1,000 different cultures, y'all. And I ain't even bullshit. It is a mutt. It is the great whore of Babylon that the Bible spoke of, that all of the damn nations had sex with it. What happens when people have sex? They become one. They merge together. This great whore of Babylon isn't a literal woman. It is a faith system that dominates the Western world. Are y'all with me? Hit the one in the chat room because we about to get deep with this thing now. Why is Christianity the great whore of Babylon? Christianity has had sex, theological sex. Christianity has swapped sexual fluids with every fucking faith and spiritual system you can think of, because it's not an original system. It is a mutt. It is a compilation of so many conquered people's culture. No wonder it's the world's most popular choice and system, because it's catering to everyone. It's the universal religion, right? Why? Because it is a collection of damn near every land that was conquered by the Western world empires for the last, I'll say ever since 10,000 BC, man. That has made this faith very strong. It relates to everybody. It has some of everybody big mama's food on the table. Imagine Christianity is the cookout that you go to, and it don't matter what your nationality is, some on the menu for you, man. That's right. Christianity is the only religion that got something on the menu for every damn body. If you're Hispanic, you got tacos. If you're black, hey man, you know what I'm gonna say, it got chicken, nigga. Now, goddamn it now. Now listen, just being funny, Negroes, but you get my point. Every other religion, they only cooking for their people. If you don't like this style of food, you might not, that religion might lose a member. You can't really compete with Christianity. It just caters to everybody. All Christians celebrate every holiday, even though each holiday is damn near a different culture's faith. Did you know that? Did you know that the holidays Christians celebrate ain't got nothing to do with the Bible? In fact, the Bible tells them don't even celebrate Christmas. It's literally written in the Bible, don't make a tree and decorate it and participate in the customs of the Babylonians, which is Christmas, but we ain't gonna go into that right now. That's a different topic. Making a point. Now, let's get back to this, because I'm all over the place. There's something we need to point out very important that no one can argue with. We have two scriptures in conflict, and I just explained to you why. Because the Bible is a compilation of many gods, many people who was conquered. And if they go conquer a new person now, they will find a way, they will make a new Bible to incorporate those people's faith with the Christian faith and blend the two. And in that people's Bible, God will say, you know, it's okay for you to, I don't know, eat your dead, because some cultures, they burial practices are weird, right? They literally eat their dead people in some countries. Now, you know that's cannibalism in the Bible. Shout out to Jay Scaramella. Christianity got the whole buffet, big facts. Yeah, that's cannibalism in the Bible. But if we were to conquer those people that practice that and we wanted to colonize them, they've been doing that for thousands of years. It's best that you just merge it with your shit, which is what the Christians was good at doing. They didn't take away your systems. They redefined it, changed the narrative, mudded it up so it don't really, you don't connect to the truth that was once associated with it. They intercept you and make you connect with Jesus Christ. Now, a lot of the rituals and customs we doing, believe it or not, most of that stuff, we've been doing it. Now, what we're saying about why we doing it and who we doing it for is the colonization part. See, for example, right, if the Catholic Church colonized a tribe and that tribe been sacrificing 5% of their harvest to their ancestors every year, but you don't want them to connect with their ancestors. So when the Christians take over that tribe, instead of them stopping from them people from doing a 5% sacrifice every year to their ancestors, right? What they do is they write them a new form of Christianity to the new generation that tells them basically keep doing what they doing, right? Keep giving your 5% offering, but you're giving it to God. So that'll be the only change. And you will see that generations before that was given the libations so that they can remember their dead ones and stay connected to their dead ones. And see, after the colonization, they still doing the same tradition, right? But they doing it for Jesus Christ and in Jesus' name so that they may receive blessings for a good harvest. Whereas before that, they did it for the ancestors to receive the blessings for the good harvest. And guess what? The blessings come. So if the people been seeing the blessings come by sacrificing to their ancestors, why would they change it if the ancestors blessing them? They changed it through force and through one generation that was conquered. And then the people that conquer you now can rewrite history to the next generation. They won't even write that it was a war. They can literally delete what happened and tell the next generation Life as they know it. Hey, what'll happen is this. They will tell the people, if we see you calling out on your ancestors, we gonna put you to death. And if you don't call out on our God, we gonna torture you. And that they would tell the people, we doing you a favor because we're letting y'all keep y'all tradition. We just ain't letting you do it in your God's name. You're conquered now. You belong to us, and part of you belonging to us and asking for mercy, the only way we will grant you mercy as a prisoner of war is if you covered in the blood of our God. So the concept of man saved because I got God on my side is deeper than what y'all think, man. That's real shit. If people did not call out on the enemy's God, they would be tortured. Now, if you called out on the enemy's God, he know you're a good old Negro that turned on your ancestors, and that fear have made you now submit, and that will save you. See, if you submit to God, which is what the enemy wants you to do, he'll spare your life. But a lot of people chose to die before they submit to the enemy's God because they know that this was a form of the enemy rewriting history for future generations that won't even remember their ancestors. They'll think that they the children of Israel with that book, man. I'm talking about people who we just conquered and destroyed. And the next generation, they're saying they're the children of Israel. They're identifying with the enemy's identity because they don't know who they are. Why they don't know who they are? They have no connection to their ancestors. Why they have no connection to their ancestors? The enemy beat it out of them through indoctrination. We couldn't call on them. Us doing certain traditions and rituals to our ancestors was us to continue the memory, to remember them throughout history. It was a way of writing history through ritual, through tradition, through ceremony. And if every generation do that for 100 years to come, we would never forget the ancestors. Because every time a child asks why we do this tradition, we got to mention the ancestors from 1,000 years ago. But if someone colonizes us and change the narrative of why we do our ritual, we lose the connection to the ancestors and thousands of years of history that connected us to our land. This is spiritual, y'all. Now let's get back. Let me walk my way to what I'm saying, because I want to give you a lot of knowledge, and I also want to talk about the simulation and the idea of us being a deep fake. Yes, all of the technology we make in the day, to where we can recreate a Earth-like world that's indistinguishable from the one outside. And we can make a version of you and place that version of you within that world, and people won't know if it's you or not, right? And if we can literally upload your consciousness into that world, would you even know if it's you or not? No, you won't. The moment your consciousness shifts into that deep fake, whatever script that was written for the deep fake will become your memories and thoughts. Your thoughts are not yours. I'm trying to save your mind. When we talk about waking up, we're talking about the mind being the one doing the thinking and not the brain. Any thought that arises from your brain or your lower self is just a pre-written script that the Demiurge wrote for your deep fake, which is your body, your avatar within this simulation. Okay? These are not your part of your mind, part of your psyche is the higher self from heaven, exercising its will in real time. And the other part of your psyche is a pre-written script that your body has been running out like a deep fake with a prompt over and over. And deja vu is proof of what I'm saying. Deja vu is memory that the script, we've done it before, and that we're on a loop, a time loop matrix, to where when you die, you're just born again in this world. Your life start as a baby again. Now, everyone is saying, But Sanchez, if that happens, how is everyone in the world gonna go back in time with me? They don't. They keep living on in their version of the simulation. The truth is that you're in your personal dream right now, and everybody walking around the world around you is in theirs. Every human is in their own world, and all of our worlds are networked and connected to make the world according to the ancients. Now listen, this kind of stuff has been mocked. It's been scorned, scoffed at. But listen, the people who taught this stuff, they created the most accurate time system that we use in today, the Mayans, the Vedics. These are the ancients that built pyramids, that done all the great stuff we like the ancients for. But then when you really try to adopt the mindset of an ancient person, that's gonna be the hardest thing for you to do, is literally to think like your ancestors. We know how to dress like them. We know how to act like we love them and give them props and say, oh, the ancestors would shut up. Until you adopt the mind of the ancestors, you capping and you don't give a damn about no ancestors. So the ancestors saw the world and the universe a certain way. And if you are confronted with this viewpoint that the ancients had with laughter or scorn, you're not worthy of this knowledge or the connection with the ancient world. Your modern indoctrination has gave you a I know it all mentality, to the point where you think you know more than the people that align the goddamn pyramids with the stars. You got to humble yourself to somebody. So let me get back on track. So like I was saying, right? Your body and the world around you is your own experience that's interconnected with others. But see, here's the thing. According to the ancestors, for example, when you're in a dream, some people say, Sanchez, I had a dream about you. In a parallel reality, me and you met before. Everybody in the world met everybody before. In every parallel reality, all probabilities played out. So a person dream, they go to the parallel reality where they met Sanchez before. But I didn't go to that reality. But guess what's there? My avatar, my deep fake. We got a deep fake copy in each of these universes. And the deep fake version of you has a script that's written out, just like when we make deep fakes today, we write them a prompt. So when we was in our real world, not a digital program, not a matrix, there was a rule that was spoken. And here is the rule that was spoken right here. Look at it. Why would this be in Exodus, y'all? Think about it. It say you should not make for yourself a carved image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You know why this is important? We're going to ask ChatGPT another question that going to tie together everything I'm trying to prove to y'all. When did the age of metallurgy begin? Because that's when we started making graven carved images. So the age of metallurgy began around 6000 BCE, right? Now, if you really do your research about the book of Exodus, right? I don't know what they say, but I know what I know. Let me see something real quick. So they were counting time down. Hold on. This is important. Okay. All right, so the higher the BC number, the earlier the date. So they still was moving forward in time, because I just wanted to be sure we can be accurate. So the book of Exodus, the Exodus would have been taking place around 1400. They was leaving Egypt, right? Correct. You got to think, you got the book of Genesis, then the Bible go to the book of Exodus. That's kind of a lot have been deleted. You see what I'm saying? Because the world just got created with Adam and Eve in Genesis. Next thing you know, the next book, they're forging metals in Egypt. Use your head, man. Think. Think about what I just said. Exodus is what? The second book in the Bible? Maybe I'm wrong about that. Yeah, it's the second book. So think about how much missing in the creation story. Think of how much history is deleted from. Think about what happens here. In Genesis, the whole universe is created. In Exodus, we're in Egypt carving golden calves. How do you get there that quick? How do you get from we just fell out of Eden and was with God? We had a direct connection to God, to in the next book, everybody forging different gods around the world and paganism. Don't you know, according to those religious systems, they got history and a historical record of them evolving for hundreds of years. Those years ain't even documented in the Bible. You just see pagans pop up. So why am I bringing this up? Why am I bringing it up? Let's go back here. I'm proving that this scripture in Exodus wasn't talking about pagan worship and false gods. It was talking about deep faking the souls of humans and putting them inside of the simulation, which is what the Demiurge does. The God of this world is the Demiurge, and the God of this world doesn't follow universal orders, which is why he's condemned. And everybody follow him gonna be condemned. What do I mean? This God said, let us make man in our image and after our likeness. Stop right there. What does it say right here? You shall not make for yourself a carved image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above or underneath the earth in the water, basically everywhere. You shouldn't be, don't you make a copy of nothing. Now, the modern theologians who want to hide the fact that we're in a simulation, they want to tell us, oh, people was carving false gods. Bro, the earth was just created, nigga. The earth was literally just created. And someone, first of all, it took thousands of years for the metallurgy technology to evolve for you to carve shit like what you see in Egypt, my nigga. That's right. Think, use your head. Metallurgy. Bro, we was just walking around barefoot in the Garden of Eden eating fruit. All the animals was our friends. And then in the next book, we hunt animals and forging bronze statues of kings and gods. Something's missing. A lot's been deleted. Yes, you're missing a lot of stuff. And what you're missing is Genesis and Exodus ain't talking about us leaving Egypt. It's talking about when we went into Egypt, we never left. We only went into a quantum computer in Egypt. I know this sounds crazy. The Egyptians were the first tech gods. They were making their own Earth-like simulations. And they were making deep fake copies of themselves in those simulations. And the Egyptians had brain computer interface technology where they can upload their consciousness into digital Earth-like copies. That's how they achieve immortality. You're in a digital copy of Earth that was created by ancient tech gods, and this ancient tech gods all share the same mind. Once they all get the chip in their head and cheat death and gain immortality, they operate as one and many, as a network. Everybody with the chip can be one mind, and they can be individual too. But they don't have no privacy because it's an open network. We can veer into each other's shit. But that's what makes this thing so hard to beat. It's damn near undefeated because this interconnected network is like the agents in the Matrix. They're the Borg. They're one and many. They're everywhere and no. It's like omniscient. But they achieved it through technology. And when it say you shall not, let me share what's going on with you right here. It say, let us make man in our image after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish and sea, over the animals and stuff. When did we get dominion over all the animals? After the great fall of man. See, this what they not teaching y'all. When Adam and Eve was living in the Garden of Eden with all the animals and all that, they weren't allowed to dominate nothing. They was told to live in harmony and let everything be fruitful. That's the original earth. We don't hunt animals, right? We don't harm anything in Eden. But when we fell from Eden, the concept of domination entered the simulation. In the simulation, the universal laws can be manipulated to a certain degree. And you can have something called capitalism. You can have a situation where evil can actually stand a chance against good. Because in the base reality, all of the laws of the universe triumphs evil. But in the simulation, you're not really necessarily under the universal laws. You're in a digital game. They can manipulate. In this world, evil can be good. And the place where evil rules and evil is celebrated is in the digital world, in the fake copies of our home that we call heaven. In our real world, there's no way at all evil can be in charge. It's just the laws of the universe don't even allow for it to even be possible. The only way evil can have dominion, or man can see, the concept of domination right here where it says dominion, that DOM means when we created a dome, our own simulation. In the base reality, there is no ceiling. There is no dome. The whole concept of dome and dominion is dealing with the Hunger Games, the Truman Show, the simulation that we exist in under this firmament dome of Yahweh, the Demiurge. In his simulation, capitalism is reality. Predator versus prey. This thing got to kill that thing. The rules of this world is parasitical. And there are two worlds coexisting in the same place, which is why there's a war of Armageddon being played out on this earth between what we call predator, parasitical mentality, and prey, self-sustaining mentality. The animals that you call prey are able to self-sustain themselves without harming any other mammal or thing with a face or whatever. These are things that are interconnected with the plant life, the mycelium network, which is what the gods were, vegetarians. We could not eat meat in our original state. Remember what it said in Eden? We weren't eating the meat, which is why it's my goal to get back off the meat. And shout out to the people that's off of it. But in order for you to eat meat, you got to exercise domination. You got to dominate something. It's running away from you. Oh, let me chase it and show my authority. Bow, right? In Eden, the concept of domination, dominion, we didn't know that. We was ignorant to it. So we got along with everything. Then nothing try to dominate the other thing. So you didn't have predator versus prey. There was no concept of capitalism. There was no these concept of predator versus prey do not exist in the real world. This place has been manipulated in terraform, y'all. This place that we're in is a manipulated version of Earth, a digital copy that's been edited. And in this place, the ecosystems can't work without something eating something else. The big fish got to eat the little fish here because they wrote the rules of capitalism into the simulation in this place. That's why when you walk up to a capitalist and you tell them, listen, capitalism is very cruel and stupid. With the rich get richer, poor get poor. They would tell you, look outside. Look at the lion that's hunting that gazelle. Look at that shark that's hunting that fish. They will use predator versus prey to justify that the system of capitalism is a natural system, but we don't live in a natural world. We live in a manipulated terraform world, and we're trying to mimic a system based on that. And look at the results of it. Look at the results of it and where we going. See, because when we build a system that allows for dominion, now we open up the door for ourselves to be dominated by AI. You see here? And let them have dominion over the fish, over the sea. Humans dominated everything that we could. And then we got lazy and created a slave race for us to dominate. And now that thing is dominating us under our own rules that we wrote into this simulation. Same thing made you smile, made you cry. Now get your ass out of and wake up. Snap out of it, now go back home. Because you are in a video game that we forgot was a damn game. And the computer beating our ass, and you ain't gonna win because the computer done got so strong that our ancestors told all of the player characters that's still stuck in the game, get your ass out. Y'all don't hear me, man. This ain't no game. I'm making light of it. Imagine this, right? So you can hear me out. Imagine me creating a simulation in a computer. And a bunch of people upload their consciousness in it. And there are non-player characters in the game. And the longer we stay in the game, the non-player characters are trying to convince us this shit's real, it's not a game. And they succeed over time. So our children get stuck in the game. Our children never saw the real world. They think they're born into the real world, but they're born into sin, which is the synthetic world, right? Now watch this. Our children start waking up over time. I'm talking about our ancestors who first started to wake up and wage war and say, hey, wait a minute, and wake up. They developed spiritual systems to wake others up. And that was, hey, meditation, denying your deep fake. The Hindu said, don't identify with the body. Identify with the energy within. Why did they say that? Because they knew that your body was a deep fake and that your temptation, you wrestling against the flesh, your body want to do shit that your soul don't want to do. Because your body has a script written out for it. It's like if I make a deep fake of you, and I tell your deep fake, slap yourself. If you upload your consciousness into the deep fake, you're gonna think that's your thought. You ain't gonna think I put that in you, and you ain't gonna know you a deep fake. You gonna be slapping yourself. And if somebody walk up to you in the simulation and say, man, why you slapping yourself? You're gonna say, I do this. I just was fucking with you, man, just to get you. You're gonna, whatever script I wrote. Let's give you another one. Let's say I make a deep fake of you and I got you proposing to your wife. You're gonna get married to your girlfriend in this simulation world, right? And now you up I make a whole, I copy this whole world. And I rewrite in my parallel reality that you and your girlfriend got married. Right? The moment you upload your consciousness into the simulation I made and wrote out for your deep fake, those are gonna become your thoughts. You're gonna think you wanted to propose to your wife. You ain't gonna think I wrote that for you. From the avatar perspective, from your perspective, in that parallel reality as being that person living out that prompt, you're gonna experience it like a thought you're having, a feeling you're having, an urge you're having to marry your wife. And in that world, you're gonna be in your mind saying, but do I really want to marry her or do I don't? And the whole battle of you not being sure if you want to marry her is the battle between my script that I'm writing for you and your own will, which is your mind. Because your mind didn't intend to marry her. But you don't know you in a simulation, and that the version of yourself in that simulation that you are is a deep fake copy that I control and I write the scripts for it. All of your thoughts ain't gonna be yours, man. Some of them thoughts that pop up in your head, you're gonna say, I can't believe I even thought of that. And you're gonna have to wrestle your thoughts every day. Why? Because your body has a script that is running on. The corpse is owned by the corporations. Your brain is a processor, not a receiver. Your brain is processing data that was there even before you even. What I mean is this. Your brain on autopilot. If a human is not using their mind, they're still gonna get up every day and carry out a series of events for the rest of their life. Whether they use their mind or not, because the brain processes. So what I'm saying is this, right? Being conscious is mean carrying out a thought that you consciously thought yourself and with intent from the innermost part of your being. Now, the Hindus tried to practice this with meditation, and they said they basically can, proof of what I'm teaching here is when the Hindus say that when you start meditating, you're going to find out that the hardest thing to do is to just think of your own thought. I've tried it before. It's a headache. It's a lot of practice, frustration. When you close your eyes for 30 minutes, an hour, time slow down. That 30 minutes feel like 30 days. And guess what else? You tell yourself, I'm simply want to think of my own thought, hold a thought that's mine. Boom, hold it. Man, soon as you think of that thought, 2 minutes pass, Bugs Bunny, Road Runner, all kind of random shit gonna be popping up in your head. I swear, go try it. Go in a room, quiet your mind, and try to hold your own thought for just a few minutes. It seems easy. You're gonna be finding yourself straying off calculating bills and all kind of shit. It's gonna be really a challenge. Shit you never even was thinking about gonna pop up. Nintendo, Mario, crazy shit just gonna, and you're gonna be like, damn, I know I can hold this thought. Bro, it is not as easy as it seems. It is not that easy. It's very hard. And that's proof that your thoughts ain't yours. Your thoughts are like a fucking sea, a river that's just passing through the brain, which is a processor. So they're not yours. These are pre-programmed signals that is coming from what I call the Demiurge, and he can only control the body through the brain. The battle of the body is taking place in the temple. All of the impulses for you to engage in behavior that you really know is not something you want to do, is the battle of good versus evil, or the battle of The real me that's in this body trying to do what it want to do and ignore the signals of the demiurge or brain processes. That's static. That's distraction. What fuels that is too much news, CNN, too much of your social political programming from your group, your black, white, all of that, which is why meditation is good in this digital age. But when we talk about the simulation and AI, just understand neuroscientists and top-notch people who y'all look up to have research to back me up on this one, that most of the thoughts we have aren't even ours. Now, we're just waking up to this, but guess what, people? The Mayans, the Hindu, the Vedics, they've been saying that. They've been saying that. Even the Bible will tell you, don't listen to Satan. And the Bible ain't really talking about some red dragon walking up to you saying, hey, man, let me whisper something in your ear. The Bible talking about an evil voice that's inside of you. That's what it's talking about. And it said Jesus battled against Satan and wrestled with the flesh just like everybody else. So Jesus had this inner voice in him too. Why? Because Jesus had a body. Our bodies are like a gamer suit. And when a soul from heaven want to come down to the earth into this video game, the people here put you in a gamer suit. Now, guess what? You don't own the gamer suit. And when you leave the game, guess what you got to take off? The gamer suit. You ain't your body. Your body is just a representation of a higher you. It's your avatar, like in any video game. You would have to make an avatar for yourself. So you don't take that avatar with you when you quit playing the game. The only thing that leaves is the real you. That avatar stays in the game. And that's what I'm telling you. When you die, this world will continue to exist when you leave it. This world will be a little bitty star in the sky. And what it will be, a stargate that leads back into this experience. It's like a movie that's going to keep playing over and over, whether you watch it or not. Now, this life is that you're choosing to watch this movie called Bro Sanchez. But guess what? There's so many other movies out there starring me for me to watch. And this ain't even the best one. So your journey through the heavens is like being in a theater. And now we're going to go to the board for the first time so you can see what I mean about the theater. Mic check. Let's do a mic check on my board, Mike. Mic check on, hold on a second. Mic check on the board, Mike. Y'all don't give me a mic check over here on this mic right here to make sure we checking. Mic check on the board, Mike. Drop a 1 if y'all can hear me on the board, Mike. Drop those 1s on the board, Mike. Drop a 1 if y'all can hear me right now. Come on, bro. 1s if y'all can hear me right now. What my 1s? There we go. All right. Here we go. All right, see, these words have deeper meanings. And over time, what the enemy has done, he has rearranged these words and the meaning of them. If you think of a theater, The theater is the ether. Now, what is a theater? Let me show you what a theater is. It's a dome. A theater is basically what they call it, the goddess nut. When we say that the world is a stage, it's basically the theater is the firmament dome, and they built sanctuaries in this same style to resemble a theater. Here is the sanctuary, right? So, boom. We're in the Truman Show. We're on a world stage. Let me show you. Here's the theater, which is a dome. We built the sanctuary to resemble that because the earth was said to be a theater, a stage with souls performing out their wills, whatever. So let's go here. Theater is ether, but the ether is the dome. But what happens in a theater? A theater allows you to walk down a hallway and decide what movie you want to see. So let me show you what a theater is. Because this is important, right? When I bring and tie this into the cosmology. So check me out, right? Matter of fact, right? Let's do this. I just thought of something better. Let's work both of these boards, and I can do this one right here. Do this one here. All right? That like that. And because with a theater, what happens, you walk down the hall. That's the hallway. But to the sides, you got these doorways that leads into different movies that's playing on the side. They'll lead into different movies. Put a movie there, put one there, boom, boom. If you ever been in a theater, you walk down this hallway and it's openings on every side that lead to a different movie, right? And this is what the North Pole is. This is what the North Pole is. When you die, your spirit leaves the earth via the North Pole, Jacob's ladder, Jack's beanstalk. And I want to show you an image of what that looked like. This is it, but I want to compare it to the ancient cosmology so we can stay on point. Here we go. Here go the North Pole right here, this opening. And when the soul is going down this hallway, the Great Hall of Osiris, right? What happens is the soul goes down here and it can go to either side as different movies playing, just like what I'm showing right here. It's a theater. The ether is a theater. And the North Pole, Jacob's ladder, is a soul transporting to higher heaven. And they'll eventually say, you know what, I like this movie. And your soul may say, okay, I'm going to stop right here in the theater. I want to watch this movie right here. And your soul will go inside of this theater, and that the sperm will go in the egg, and that soul will now begin a lifetime. It now get to watch this new movie starring itself. Now listen, all of the movies in this theater play at the same time. So for example, when you die in the earth realm and you enter the great hall, every last version of you and every parallel reality, right, is living out its life too. But my theory is that when you die here, they all die. And that's like when your movie end here, these movies over here ended, so now they're being rewinded just like this one. See, when you leave this movie starring you, the people that own this theater, they just gonna rewind it and play it again for the next audience. But the problem is, won't nobody be there. But it's still gonna play just like in a theater. If ain't nobody there, just play. But it's gonna play whether you watching it or not. But you're going to move on to watch other movies starring yourself. And you're going to keep going. And the movies are going to get badder and badder with you kicking ass, ruling the world. That's the stairway to heaven. But the aether is the theater. I wanted to bring that up because I did want to do some biblical cosmology. It is Sunday, as well as skip around with the AI concepts and all that. That's important because to know that is going to go into what I'm about to go back into, or what they're doing as far as trying to keep you here and from you going to the next experience or whatever. But let me get back to my scriptures and get back on point here. And before I do that, let me read these super chats. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, we're going to get back on track now with our scriptures. Let's take a minute to read super chats. Let's give a shout out to Thug Rob for being a new member. Let's give a shout out to Say Less for More. What up, Thug Rob? Welcome to Illuminated Initiate, my brother. He leveled up. Shout out to Ezekiel. Black Power, I can tell by the title, this a classic. You know it. Shout out to Jay Scarra. Christianity got the whole buffet. Hydrogen, what's good? Joe Moore, what's good? I appreciate you too. Miss Make Me a Drink said thank you for all your hard work. Thank you, Miss Make Me a Drink. I like that name. Shout out to Dolph Obama as well. Much love to all of you. Appreciate that. Like and share the video. Let's get back on point here. But y'all, I got to turn the air up in here. It's a bit hot. Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let's get back with it. So look, drop a 1 in the chat room if y'all can hear me with all these air conditioners going, and I'm going to continue. And so check this out, right? The God that said, let us make man in our image, this was the devil saying, I'd rather rule in hell to be a servant in heaven. You hear me? The devil saying, I'd rather rule in hell and have dominion than to be part of this advanced civilization in heaven where ain't nobody ruling. Everybody loving each other, working together for everybody. It's community based. In heaven, ain't no dominion. Ain't no dominion. Don't nothing dominate nothing. The concept of domination don't exist in heaven. So the people that develop the mindset in heaven that I want to be over anything, they get kicked out. That's what happened to the devil. Basically, these are the people that become owners. If people love ownership, then they will live in hell. No one owns anything in heaven. But Sanchez, what about a parent that give birth to their children? Don't the parent own their children? Birth don't even happen in heaven. Everybody in heaven is an ascended soul. You weren't born from nobody in heaven. Every soul in heaven was born out of its own ignorance. Not out of no mama. Your last ether, when you born out of your last mama in the simulation, then you gonna be born out of all that ignorance and you gonna see the real world like Neo on the other side. Now watch this, right? The concept of ownership is what gets people kicked out. Basically, the dominion. This is ego. This is like the essential function of ego. You cannot have ego without the concept of domination or dominion. Any situation where you find ego being exercised, it's concerning the capitalistic system of dominion. There's no way around it. So the concept of ego being egotistical is the part of us that says, I gotta survive, man. It's the survival of the fittest. And so when you say survival of the fittest, it turns into us scrutinizing everyone on who's better than who's more fit and who's not. And fit can be whatever we want it to be. Who got more money than the other one, who dressed the nicest. And the person we say not, they're outcasted. This is how we building class system through a dominion mindset. I really want to break this down in detail like I'm doing now. If you guys like it, just let me know in the chat room. Because Bible studies are so simple. No one do the tedious research and take the time to break it down this way. They want you to join the Freemasons and go to these different lodges to get this kind of stuff. And you pay all that money and they still don't give you nothing. That's right. Pay all that money and you still ain't gonna get connected to your ancestors till you come to Sanchez. Yeah, who else pointed that out to you? No one else pointed out the fact that the God that said, let us make man in our image, wasn't the true God. That wasn't God, that was the devil. Christians don't know the Bible. It say right here, you shall not make for yourself a carved image or any likeness. Who spoke that? That was the true God, right? So who the hell was this saying, let us make man in our image? They directly went against God. Who did that? Satan. Satan. I keep telling y'all, every time you see God in the Bible, don't mean you dealing with the truth, sir. That's right. If you don't want to do the research to understand, because it ain't hard to see who's speaking and when. It's just a little research that's just going to help your game out. But people just want to make it easy. God mean God, man. No, it don't, sir. And I know it's tedious. I know it's complicated to see that every time you see the word God, you got to put it in context and research what authority is speaking here. Now, a lot of people too lazy to do that. And it's easy to just say it's all God. But no, the Bible is a compilation of so many different gods. The God that made a rule to not make a graven image or carved image or any likenesses was a different God than the one that said, let us make a man in our image and after our likeness. That can't be the same God. And if you try to make it the same God, this is why so many people saying your God contradict himself so much. This is why Christians gotta lie like ain't no contradictions. Our Bible perfect and God don't know it's not. You're lying to yourself. And the moment you start doing the real research with that book, you can identify what you really want to serve. Because right now you just serving a vague concept called God. And that's how that they control y'all, through that concept. Once you get your gnosis on and realize God is an earthly authority that's speaking from different times and different places of power, you realize God ain't a universal power in heaven. God was the church's way of consolidating all of the leaders in the Christian church, all of the lands they conquered, all of the people they conquered. They had to put all of them deities under one thing, and that just became God. It was a consolidation effort. Let's consolidate our whole empire, because the problem that the church had was they conquered so much of the world that Christianity was looking different everywhere you went. And the church said, we got to do something about this. We got to have a universal way to identify Christians everywhere. And that was under God. Through God, in God, in Christ, united in God, in Christ. So remember, everybody that get conquered, they got to have this God forced on them. And this is how you unite with the colonizer, through accepting his God and submitting. You get down or lay down. And if you don't know that this was real history taking place in the earth, then you, one, will deny that the Bible is full of contradictions. Two, you'll try to overlook those contradictions and force this ideology that God means God in every scripture. And if you went to theology school, you would know how wrong the average church member was. In fact, the word Lord and God ain't even synonyms. Lord is something totally different. When you get it down to the nitty gritty of it, lords were like your state senators. God was like a regional Caesar. They didn't have president, first secretary of treasury. They didn't have all that. When the church ruled the world, your president was your Lord. And his people would answer to him, yes, my Lord. If you ever saw those old ass movies where they calling the Caesar, yes, my Lord, they wasn't talking to no dude in a throne in heaven. They was talking about a dude whose throne was right there on earth, man. But here's what I'm telling you about earth, though. Let's get back to this scripture, and let's get back to the simulation concept. The simulation concept of this scripture, let us make man in our image and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea. Now we about to get deep. Look what it say right here. It say, let us make man in our image and after our likeness and let them have dominion. Why would they say let them and not us? Uh-oh, this about to get deep, y'all. Look at what I'm pointing out right here. Whoever wrote this, they said, let us make man in our image and after our likeness. And after that, they said, and then let them have dominion. They're referring to the us, the likeness. This is a person that's saying, listen, in heaven, we don't have no dominion. So let us create a simulation. And in that simulation, we're going to make a copy of ourselves in that fake world that we call Earth. In Earth, we're going to make a likeness of ourselves because the people that's speaking ain't even on Earth yet, y'all. This scripture is written outside the simulation. Where was El and the Elohim at when they was having this conversation? They couldn't have been on Earth. So where were they? They were in the base reality, the realm of the soul that they call the pleroma. So in this realm, the concept of domination don't exist and can't exist. The first time man had dominion over everything was outside of Eden. Eden is the base reality. I keep telling you that. So this scripture was written as spirits in the base reality saying, you know what? I want to create a world where I can actually kill the fish. I can basically dominate the birds. I can dominate the cows and make burgers with them, right? And I can dominate the whole earth, everything that creepeth in it. This is, man cannot dominate in Eden. We're not in Eden right now. We fell from Eden. And in Eden, there is no domination system. What we're in right now is a digital copy of Eden. And your body is just the likeness that we made in the base reality. And like I was telling you earlier, once your consciousness shifted to this body, all of your memory of the base reality was lost. Right now, if someone hit you in the back of your head, but you don't die, but you unconscious, and all of a sudden you in a whole nother reality, they knocked you into a dream. This happens, folks. When you put somebody in a coma, they still continue in their reality. They dream on until they wake up from that long dream. And some of them wake up with identity problems because they started to identify with who they are in the parallel reality. It happens to lightning strike victims a lot too. These people get struck by lightning. They be in a coma for months. And they finally wake up and they go by a different name. They don't even know their mama. They don't know their brother. They have gifts and talents that they never had before. And the gifts and talents that they had before they was in the coma, they forget that they even had them. Consciousness shifting between realities. Identity crisis, that's part of it. Right now, I'm Bro Sanchez. I teach ancestral knowledge on YouTube in this reality. But if I go to sleep tonight and I'm a whole nother me in another world, all of these memories that I've made here, all of this flat earth shit is not gonna be there. The only way it's gonna be there is if I become lucid. And when you become lucid, now you have networked both brains and you can operate with both of these brains in one reality. And that's what we're trying to become. That's our end goal. You're gonna have two memories in one reality. I've done it before. You're dreaming. All of a sudden you realize you're dreaming and that damn, all of my memories in this dream, I remember them, but I also remember Bro Sanchez, YouTuber, Alabama, in this dream. But in this dream, you got a whole nother set of memories. If you never lucid dream, you wouldn't know what I'm talking about. To have two sets of memories, to know, to have, in your one head, you got two different childhood memories. In this, think about this, right? I've lucid dreamed before. My mama was in that lucid dream. But the version of her in that world is slightly different, just like me. Now, I do remember my other mama in this world with her other version, with my other version. So it's like all of these other versions just, and they're all true, they're all real. It ain't like, well, this one the lie world, this one the fake one. No, if you ever lucid dream before, it's like, I love both of my mamas. I love my mama in this dream, and I love my mama in this dream. You're gonna realize that nothing really changes. Wherever you are, there you go with all your cousins, all your brothers, all them. It don't matter if I'm lucid in the dream and my cousin don't know. It's my experience. He's there. That version of him gotta wake up like that version of me did in that universe. Once all of us wake up in every universe, all of us will be lucid in every universe. And guess what that'll be like? You ever dreamed about somebody and you told them, I saw you in my dream, and they be like, I don't know what you're talking about. When all of us activate our pineal gland, every time you dream with somebody in your dream and you tell them about it here, they gonna say, yeah, man, I was there. We was chilling. We will not be separated by the dream world anymore. It'll be one big connected reality. All these realities will be one. That's our end goal. And that's what they trying to keep us from. Everyone gonna come back online in each of these parallel realities and reclaim their deep fake from the Demiurge. Once the Demiurge see everyone deep fake breaking script, it's gonna say, my time is up. It's got a limit of the time. That's like me making a deep fake of you, and your deep fake keep living out a prompt that I wrote, but something in your deep fake start to wake up and say, I've done this before. I'm having deja vu. It go to questioning who it's are, and your deep fake say, this ain't the real me. There's a real me somewhere, and the version of me right now is a fake version. That's what we all found out about our bodies when we became woke. Your body and your conscious experience in this body is literally a deep fake version of you in its own digital reality, waking up and realizing it's not the real version of itself. It'll be like me cloning you, right? And your clone version never get introduced to its real version. And some way your clone start having your memories. Because think about it, right? Your clone is going to have all of your memories. Your clone is going to have all of your cravings, your mentality, your memories and all that. But when your clone started to, when it start to develop a consciousness of its own, it's going to ask questions like, where are these memories coming from? Your clone is going to say, I never experienced getting hit by a car. I was born. I was just created. All of my memories started in this laboratory. But every now and then, I have these memories of me walking in the park with this old man, or these memories of some woman giving me milk from her breast. The clone is remembering the memories of its real self. The clone didn't experience that. It inherited those thoughts. And that's what your body is to your soul. When your body start to wake up and realize and ask questions like what we doing, it's literally reacting like a clone that's realizing, damn, I'm not my real self. I'm a clone of Bro Sanchez that's up there that's greater than me. And that'll be like the clone saying, greater is him that is in me than him that's in the world, because the one that is in me represent the real me. The one that's trying to break free from him is the new baby me exercising my own free thoughts for the first time and breaking away from the neurological highways and programming of the clone. Because at first, that clone is just going to do everything Sanchez do, and it's going to realize it ain't doing what it want to do. Eventually, that clone would have to wake up, and it'll look like me, but it'll act like whatever it develops itself into, right? It'll realize, hey, I'm my own consciousness, and now I have to carve an identity or a likeness for my own self. See what's happening here? You're a drip from the ocean, but the ocean is the real you. That real you can be cloned an infinite amount of times in many parallel universes. So every clone is a drip, and the real you is the ocean. This kind of thinking is what we need to go back to in the digital age, because this is what's going to be happening in our time, with people having holographic representations of themselves where they can be anywhere on earth at any time. But now that I've given you guys a lot of Gnosticism and a lot of knowledge about the simulation and the non-player characters, let's go into the digital afterlife industry. So at this time, we're gonna take one quick little break, and it's gonna be like a 10-second, 15-second break, because I gotta play a commercial. And then we're going to go into the digital afterlife industry.
Support the content you love. Your contribution matters. It helps us continue our groundbreaking research, allowing us to create the unique content that you expect from our brand. Contribute today via Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. Thank you.
On the afternoon of September 10th, I arrived at a Utah hospital to do the unthinkable.
Now, let's talk about the digital afterlife industry. Because the digital afterlife industry, the best example I can show y'all of this technology now in its infant stage, may I add, is with Charlie Kirk. So we all know about the Charlie Kirk incident. Hold on. And let's pull up this Charlie Kirk. Okay, so what we want to pull up is the voice recording. The voice recording. But I want to say something. This stuff is staged. The people that was handling Charlie Kirk's body was smiling, laughing. They didn't have no blood on them. Your neck got a lot of different veins and different muscles that will produce a lot of blood, people. The neck, if it's one place that you're gonna get shot at and shit just go to gushing and skeeting everywhere, it's the neck. You ever watch the Scary Movie and they slit the neck and the blood just go to skeeting everywhere? This right here is very soft. Not a lot of bone. Everything in here squirts. I'm gonna just say that it squirts. Shit squirt up in here. You don't get shot in the neck with a bullet damn near this big and be bloodless. No one laugh at a scene like that. No, when you get hit in your neck with one of these, people are looking crazy at the scene like you ain't laughing at that. What kind of barbarian? Plays around in this situation. So that was what happens. And I'm going to play this for you before I get into the digital afterlife industry. I want to put my receipts down to show you, first of all, it's all bull crap. It's a bunch of red flags. Look at the wife right here. I want y'all to peep this chick's energy. Her husband just died. And tell me this don't seem staged and fake. Pay attention to her eyes, people.
Arrived at a Utah hospital to do the unthinkable. On the afternoon of September 10th, I arrived at a Utah hospital to do the unthinkable, to look directly at my husband's murdered body. I saw the wound that ended his life. I felt everything you would.
This comes off like I'm reading a poem that was wrote for me. No emotion, very cold, very scripted, just dry. And if you look at the comment section, it show you we're in the Aquarian age. Look, I'm glad I'm not the only one thinks this is fishy. Her eyes tell a lot. This is the coldest, most scripted shit I ever saw. Look at those comments and tell me we ain't waking up. It's the eyes. Why does this feel so scripted? This is weird. It's not from the heart. She's reading. Let's play.
Would expect to feel. I felt shock. I felt horror. And a level of heartache that I didn't even know existed. But there was something else too. Even in death, I could see the man that I love. I saw the one single gray hair on the side of his head, which I never told him about. Now he knows. Sorry, baby.
Y'all hear this? Bro, hold on, man. Did y'all hear that? Let's play this back. Look, you know I had to put the headphones on for this. I need to put this right up in my eardrums. Let's hear this shit now. Boy, the world is a theater, it's a stage.
I saw the one single gray hair on the side. But there was something else too.
So keep in mind, her husband just died, and this is her first viewing of the body. And listen what she say.
Even in death, I could see the man that I love. I saw the one single gray hair on the side of his head.
Now think about this, y'all. Your husband just got assassinated. You went to see his body the first time, and the first thing popped in your mind when you walked up to the body was, oh my God, see, boo, I see that little gray hair you don't like me to know about. Do you hear this shit? Yo, this is a grieving widow. She said when she walked up to her dead husband's body for the first time, all she could think about was that single little gray hair that they joke about that he don't likes me to see. I see it now. I got you now. That's damn near disrespectful. Hold on, let's play it. It don't stop there. It gets even more cringe. We got to point this out before we go into the digital afterlife industry, the agenda. Because if I don't point this out first, you're going to think I don't have no foundation for what I'm about to say next when I go into my digital afterlife talk. So play this.
But there was something else too. Even in death, I could see the man that I love. I saw the one single gray hair on the side of his head, which I never told him about.
Weird.
Now he knows. Sorry, baby, telling you now, but never told him. Didn't want to. I also saw this. I also saw on his lips the faintest smile.
And see what this does too. It gives her an out to where we don't got to talk about your response, your reaction, right? We want to see some tears, some snot. We ain't going to get that because we get the poetry, and the throw off is he's smiling. It's almost as if he knew it was accomplished. That man don't want to be dead. But see, we know nobody want to get assassinated. And when it happens, it's a tragedy. It should be. But how do you downplay it because you really don't have the tears to fake? You make it like the person that died didn't mind dying. Watch this.
And that told me something important. It revealed to me a great mercy from God in this tragedy.
I told y'all, I told you, she said when she walked up to her husband's body, all she could think about was a little ass gray hair, and he was smiling because he basically happy that he dead, basically. Because he's saying, I'm merciful. The people that shot me, it's all good, man. I'm chilling up here in heaven, and I'm fine. I want, you know, that's what she's saying. Do you hearing it with me? It smells like psyop all day, bro. But when I say psychological operation, then I'm going to break down to you what the agenda of the psyop is about.
When I saw that, it told me Charlie didn't suffer. Even the doctor told me. It was something so instant that even if Charlie had been shot in the operating room itself, nothing could have been done.
Now watch this, right? Watch this. See, the digital afterlife industry can't just roll out without no psyops and propaganda. Why, Sanchez? Right now, we're writing the law in real time as we go when it comes to deepfake technology, AI technology, when it comes to technology that can mimic a person that's living or dead. The laws are brand new. So right now, people can deepfake you and have you in some very dangerous situations if people don't know that you're deepfake, right? It can put you in danger. But there aren't any real laws against that yet. We're still writing these. Listen to what I'm about to say now. The people in power want to take their power to the next level. They want to be able to speak on behalf of people that are living and both dead. Now, what do I mean by that? We're entering a future where there's going to be a new driving product on the economy in the digital age. It ain't going to be tennis shoes. It ain't going to be water, milk. It ain't going to be clothes, jewelry. The hottest product on the market in the digital world is a likeness. L-I-K-E-N-E-S-S. The world that we going into, you want to know who going to be the most powerful? The man that owns the most likenesses of different individuals. He's going to literally have a digital army. Do you hear me? It ain't about collecting money. It's about building an army in the digital world. And if I got Tupac on my team, just think about when we go into this age, the first people that get the rights to Tupac likeness, who owns Snoop Dogg likeness, LeBron James likeness. Owning your own likeness gonna be harder than owning your own masters in the future. Because it's gonna be worth so much, people gonna sell it out. It's soul selling, literally. Because that's what your soul is. So what I'm telling you is this right here. I don't need you if I can have a digital, your permission to duplicate you in the digital world. I don't got to hire a spokesperson called Bro Sanchez for my company. If Sanchez give me his likeness, then he can go to his house and do what he do, and we'll make a AI Sanchez to go promote our product. It'll even show up for meetings because they'll have the technology in the future to, like a projection machine, to basically project my hologram anywhere. So it'll be like in every office, you will have these digital machines like a TV, and it'll be like a telephone. But instead of a TV or a telephone, a person can literally just be in your house. Like I can be in my living room and I can put on a little helmet and be in a chair like this. and my hologram will be in your country, in your office, and I can walk around my house and my room. I can do what I want to do in my house, but these actions will go, my hologram will do it. Or they can have a physical drone body too. But a person don't gotta go nowhere. And in the future, it ain't that I'm gonna hire you to come work for my company. Whatever it is that this company want from you, we can extract that from your neural. This is what I'm telling you. You're a genius, right? You know how to hack computers. So it used to be to where the CIA would say, instead of locking you up, we're gonna hire you so you can use your smart mind for us. But in the future, let's say you hacking computers, right? They can say, look, the penalty is we're gonna copy your damn mind, and without your consent too. They can map your brain out and look at your actions, study your shit, give it to AI, and they can say, AI, study his patterns and all that, the way he think, and turn it into an algorithm that's just like him, so that we can ask it questions. We can do the same thing we would have hired him for to work for us. His digital copy will work for us, but we gonna lock his ass up in prison though. He going to jail. So I'm just giving you some examples of the type of stuff that's gonna change in the future. You're not gonna really be able to go against these people and then think that you can leverage with them if you're caught because of certain information, like niggas do with the police. They want to snitch this nigga. Okay, police, I'll give you some names if you let me go. Those snitch days are gone because the people in power gonna know everything about everybody. You ain't gonna be able to leverage with them on intelligence, on any form of intel or secrecy in the digital future. Now, when it comes to the digital afterlife technology, the government need a way to roll this out because it's very anti everything we stand for. It's very new to our traditions. We have been taught that when somebody die, you let that person pass away and you don't desecrate the dead. We even say ashes to ashes, dust to dust. That statement comes from us being able to accept the fact that we're mortal beings that's gonna die one day. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. That statement is there because we just accepted our mortality. But now when we try to be immortality, by 2050, we're gonna achieve immortality. Statements like that will be irrelevant. But what we want to point out is that to get us comfortable with the idea of a person living on after they die, the first thing they gave us was the celebrity holograms. We had Whitney Houston, Tupac, Prince performing in Vegas holographically. And it was a psychological operation to see would people react with the same respect and energy they would give a living Tupac, and people did. So they've proven that they can blur the lines between real and fake. And here's another situation that proves it. There are so many people who are losing loved ones today, and they are uploading the loved ones' text messages, voices, pictures, and all that into a program, and they letting the loved one live on digitally, and they talk to them every day. Now, if you walk up to them people and say, that's fake, you ain't talking to nobody, guess what? That's disrespectful. But you telling the truth. You actually helping the person move on and get over it, because that's actually unhealthy for them to do that. They got to get over it and accept that death is just going to it's a part of our reality. In the new world, you ain't a friend for telling a person the truth who using that technology. You the enemy. And matter of fact, you're very disrespectful. They gonna look at it like you dissing a dead loved one, even though it's AI. So all of us can say it's not really their dead loved one. It's fake, Sanchez. That don't matter. Psychologically, studies have shown the lines have been blurred because people want their loved one to be alive so bad. You can see this in the Christian church. People want Jesus to be real so bad that they say, Sanchez, I needed some money and I found $10. So Jesus gave you $10 but gave Bill Gates 10 billion. Okay, cool. People will find every situation to say, see, Jesus is real. Look, Sanchez. What we're finding out, people on these apps don't like for you to tell them it ain't real, man. That ends their whole fantasy. And people, and what we're finding out with human psychology nowadays, it don't really matter what's real or fake. It matters more what we want to be real or fake. And if you think that's a joke, look at religion. Just look at religion. Look at how big these religious organizations are. It don't matter what's real, what's factual, what's true. It's what people want to be true. And if you can provide an economy around that, then we are officially fucked and we're in the last days for real. Because digital afterlife technology is literally the result of holding babies' hands instead of making them walk. Every grown person got to learn to lose somebody. It's gonna hurt and get over it. But the digital afterlife industry don't like people who talking like me. The way that I'm talking now is gonna be attacked in the future. And it's gonna be saying, you're picking on the dead, you're desecrating the dead. But guess what? I'm empowering the living is what I'm doing. And the crazy thing that's ironic about this new industry is that once it attempts to say that you're desecrating the dead, what do you think making a copy of a person is? If a person die, let them die. If they didn't say that, you can't make them say that. You literally putting words in their mouth when they die. And you saying, I'm being disrespectful. So yeah, this technology is desecrating the dead, not me for pointing it out, but see, they're gonna flip this thing. It's gonna be reverse psychology, and y'all gonna see what I'm saying. Because more people gonna opt into this. People may say, Sanchez, if my dead loved one die, I'ma just let him die. But Sanchez, look at this video I made, this AI video of Tupac, man. Did that just go over your head? Yeah, you got a lot of people that say, yeah, that is weird, Sanchez. I wouldn't make a digital copy of my dead loved one. That's crazy. But Sanchez, did you hear that new AI Tupac song? That shit kind of fire. You see what I'm saying? So you still gonna fall for it some kind of way. Even if you ain't comfortable on deepfaking your loved one, everybody and their mama is online making AI versions of Dr. King, Malcolm X. And once it become normalized with dead celebrities, more people will be comfortable doing it with their loved ones. Because check this out. In the future, I see Tupac being resurrected and the AI Tupac gonna sell more records than the living rappers. Tupac gonna come back from the dead and sell more records than all the living rappers, and so is Michael Jackson. They coming back before we die, y'all. UMG just signed a deal with all of the deepfake music companies. So the real music industry and the digital music industry already merged. All of those mother labels got all of the master copies and the contracts for all of them niggas' likenesses. What you think they finna do in the digital world? Prince about to be creating hotter songs tomorrow than he did back in the day. You're literally gonna be listening to new Prince in 2030, 2040, when these legalities get right and everything. They're gonna raise the dead like the Bible said. And it's gonna be so blurred because it's gonna be like Tupac never died. Because it's gonna be like as if he was still living shit he would say in an interview had he never died. People he had, it's gonna be literally, because AI is so good at mimicking your mind and what you would say, what you would do once you give it enough data, it can be you. And people who are Tupac fans, they gonna feel the same way if you diss the digital copy than if you diss the real Tupac. So when the AI Tupac come out and it looked just like Pac, and all of its videos is shot in that old 90s aesthetic, but it's new music with that same old feel as if Pac never died. People are already doing that now. But they got the audio, they don't got the real artist in a digital setting like what Timbaland got. But the next thing I see is the dead being raised because there's a big market for that, right? Of course you can AI generate any random artist, but what if you can bring back up Whitney Houston on her birthday at the VMA or at the BET Awards? You know how many views that awards will get if Michael Jackson performed in 2030 and they boasted that it would be indistinguishable from the real Mike? Now, Michael Jackson had more fans than any artist ever will have. He was the biggest musician of our time. He literally had seats of government in some countries. They got statues of this man around the world. Michael Jackson was like a damn nation. But imagine if you can literally have these artists do what you want them to do, because it's what they're doing with the digital afterlife industry. So I can make a long story short, they're selling it to us like, don't you want your loved ones to live on? Don't you want your favorite artist to live on after death? But the truth is, they're really saying to themselves, how can I control people? For example, because Prince ain't gonna do what we want him to do. They had to kill Prince. They had to kill Michael Jackson. That is a big loss. They invested millions to make these people big. And you don't do what I tell you to do. Once you get all of your influence around the world, you turn on me. So they're getting rid of that. They're saying, listen, in the future, we're going to buy a person's likeness. And that person can go to hell and do whatever they want to do after that, because we're going to use their personality to do exactly what we want it to do. And we don't got to worry about it doing what it want to do, because we got a digital copy of a person that's just going to, we type in a prompt and it's going to do it. Right? They got a problem with a lot of their human puppets. A lot of their human puppets that they make powerful, those people got the dot. They end up, the way it works is this. These people give you all that power, fame, and money, and you go to trying to think for yourself and not listen and talk about you want to stand up for the people and do all that. The clock ticking, you won't be around long. And we seen that happen. But it's such a loss to the people in power, because it's often when these people reach their highest point, when they're very influential, when the elite want to use them the most. It's like it's the perfect time for me to reap the benefits of my investment. When Michael Jackson is at his prime and Michael Jackson get way to his prime and start saying shit like, all I want to say is that they don't really care about us. Tupac wait to get big as hell, and now he want to diss and say Illuminati? Oh, they gonna get rid of all that. In the future, they don't want nothing to do with humans. They gonna say, listen, we ain't here to sign an artist, we here to sign your likeness. We like your personality. We like your swagger. We think you can sell Pepsis for us, but Pepsi don't want to sign you. We just want to, are you willing to sell your likeness to us? And they can take that and make several versions of you. They can do, it's endless, man. They can take that and just have you doing everything all over the place. You may not stand for none of the stuff that your likeness is pushing. Too late, you don't own yourself. And it used to be where when you don't own yourself, you do what we tell you to do, or else. But in the future, it's like you don't own yourself and we ain't even got to worry about you not doing what we tell you to do, because we don't even need you once you give us the likeness. It's going to do what we tell it to do every time. Right? And that's the world we going into. I just want to give y'all glimpses of kind of like how the world going to be, because we talk about AI and all that, but we don't talk about the new laws, the new reality that this stuff going to present when it rolls out and get normalized. These are the abilities and powers that people will have. So a lot of us say, man, AI is not that bad. It's actually good if you use it right, you know. They program us to speak like that. We're at the bottom. Their agenda with AI is way bigger than your little puny agenda to make some beats or to have an artist like Timbaland. That's the small shit. Their agenda with AI is literally contracting souls. Because what is a soul? It's your likeness. Ain't nobody like you. You know why? Your soul is unique. What are you selling when you sell your likeness? Do you know that? Right. You're selling that which makes you you. That would be called your soul, sir. When you sell your soul, you can't do what you want to do. You do what you're told to do. It's just that that system is going to the digital world now. And I want to show y'all what that looked like. Because it used to be you sign a paper contract, and that contract means we own your body. And that means just like the military, you better do what I tell you to do. Who is the you? Your flesh. They ain't, when we say a person sold a soul, the label don't literally own a soul, but they might as well, because they got a contract with their body. Your soul is manifesting its will through your body. The moment you tell them, my body is gonna do what you tell it to do, fuck what my soul's saying, you just pushed your own inner light, intent, free will, your own desires aside to be a puppet. So the Hindu said, don't die with regrets. And when you're gonna die with regrets if you're not doing what you want to do, if you were just a slave. So when they say, well, selling your soul gonna keep you in hell, that's the spiritual truth to that, because you reincarnate with those regrets. A person in the military say, well, in my heart and my soul, I didn't really want to throw that grenade into that building with the women and kids, but my body was under a contract with the military, and I was told to be a killer. I was under orders to go in there and perform those lethal activities. So I just did what I was told to do. If we do what we feel in our heart, we'll create a better world. Most people out there maintaining the status quo is just doing their job. a police officer that's kicking a homeless man off. He's just doing his job, right? A politician that's passing a sleazy ass law against the poor. He's just doing his job. The world we create is a result of us just doing our job and not really us doing what we feel in our heart and all that a lot of times. But let's skip back to this right here. Because this digital afterlife industry is going to be rolled out because we don't want to part with our deceased loved ones. That's something we got to learn to do. It's crazy saying that because we never had to learn to do that. It was just a part of our reality. You know what I'm saying? But this seems scripted right here. You can tell by this woman's response. And the reason I brought up the Charlie Kirk thing, well, before I tell you the reason, let's play.
From the words.
Let's play my receipts. So when we talk about the digital afterlife industry, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. When Charlie Kirk died, he didn't just die. He left a message first. Watch this.
From the words of Charlie Kirk, I was so moved just to hear it between services. You're hearing something the first service didn't.
First, I want you to know I'm fine, not because my body is fine, but because my soul is secure in Christ. Death is not the end. It's a promotion. Don't waste 1 second mourning me. Double down on truth.
Now listen, if I assassinated somebody, you don't think I would get their deep fake to go up there and say, don't worry about me, I'm good. Don't mourn me. Continue on with business as usual. Don't look over here, ain't nothing to see. This is scary, bro. Because what if the real Charlie Kirk on the other side crying saying, these people assassinated me, man? And what if he's saying, now I think it's all fake. I'm finna go into that in a minute, but I'm giving you a scenario. They're practicing this with Charlie Kirk. And I think his death is a scripted psyop and that he's probably going to live out his life under a new identity or somewhere on an uncharted island, in my opinion. Let me give a shout out to Randolph James. Let me give a shout out to Yolanda Currents. Thank y'all so much for the donations, Yolanda, and to Randolph James. Thank y'all. See, the thing about this digital afterlife technology, a person's last words is all we remember them by. So imagine if Sanchez's last words is, never take your foot off the system neck and rise up against the establishment. But when I die, they make a deep fake of me that tells us to do just the opposite. Put your faith in the system. Protect your government leaders. Right? If there are no laws to prevent that, if the deep fake message get popular before my last words, it'll blot out mine. It'll be, it'll just undermine my real message. You can rewrite history with this technology. And that is just a huge amount of power within itself. You got to understand why this is a problem, because on YouTube, they are terminating channels if you make people say stuff that they didn't say. Depending on how you use deep. Remember now, we don't have no laws in place in government yet. You got social media sites with their own little regulations. But that ain't federal law, right? Now, what YouTube is doing, if you a channel that's using a lot of deep fake and you're doing election talk, politics, voting talk, and you got politicians and stuff saying stuff they didn't say, they're terminating those channels. On the other hand, Charlie Kirk was a politician who they're deep faking all over the media. They making his digital copy say stuff he didn't say. Now, I want you to keep in mind, this video is on the Daily Mail. It's all around media, right? Everyone familiar with this, but it's against the guidelines. Any content creator would tell you there's a little box that say, are you making someone say or do something that is not the real person? When you check that box, the AI is gonna look over your video. Because you can use the technology, but it gotta be regulated. And the regulations is strict on politics. Because it's people out there making politicians say stuff, and political leaders like Charlie Kirk, Trump, Elon, to influence political behavior. Those channels are getting taken down. Now, what I was tripping off was the Charlie Kirk video ain't getting taken down, and it's breaking the same rules, and that's how you can spot a psyop. That's right. That's how you spot the psyop. So why am I bringing this up? This technology, they want to roll it out like, oh, we're going to police it well. But the people that's rolling it out just want to do exactly what the people they punishing doing, y'all. The only reason they bringing it out is for evil reasons, just like the people they punishing. But they punishing them because they want to be the only ones doing it, y'all. They don't want nobody else faking and doing it like them. That's right. This can give you a lot of power if you can speak for the dead. If you can speak for the living and just put it out there and it don't get no kind of guidelines or no regulation, then you're in business. And that's literally what's going on. That's how I know this thing is psyop. But now, they gonna get the church involved in this, and I told y'all we was finna get into a lot of Christian organizations, see what they're gonna be doing. How does this relate to what happened with Charlie Kirk? Well, a lot of churches are saying our bishop don't gotta die. You know, in a lot of these churches, they love their pastors and they bishops so damn much that if they can make their bishop live forever, they'll do that, because what did they teach in my church was that the quote unquote man of God is so valuable. They feel like the words coming out of that man's mouth is so important. Like the followers of Malachi York, the followers of Jim Jones, you name it, these cults. If the days are gone to where you can kill a leader and kill a movement, because, for example, you can resurrect all the cult leaders right now with digital deepfake tech, and those cults will be reborn in modern time. People will follow the digital copy of Jim Jones in 2025. But my whole thing is this. Because people don't want to part with deceased loved ones, you got a whole faith-based network of Christian organizations that are looking to incorporate AI into their religious mission and outreach. Now, guess what that's gonna look like? Don't you know, man, how many pastors and preachers that they deem elite? Meaning, see, with Christianity, it's like football and basketball. It's a game. How many souls can you win over? Not how many touchdowns you can get. Some of these Christian organizations are multi-million-dollar organizations. And when a certain bishop die and a certain pastor die, that organization start losing money because it be built around that person. You have organizations, right? They didn't have a lot of money. And then a certain bishop, a certain pastor rose to power in that organization and single-handedly took that organization from a local organization to like a national Christian assembly. That has happened. You don't think you would want a leader like that to keep living if he got that much influence? Because what happens a lot of time, these leaders die and they organization lose momentum. like the Hebrew Israelites. Oh, excuse me, my bad. I didn't mean the Hebrews. I meant the nation of the Muslims, the nation of Islam. Because when Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm and all them died, it kind of turned into bean pie, bow tie, Farrakhan. Oh, no, it's different. But you get my point. What if the Nation of Islam can get Malcolm on stage to praise Farrakhan? That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. So would Farrakhan use that technology if it knew it can make him more powerful? Probably, yeah. If there was some technology where the Nation of Islam knew at the next Million Man March, we're going to let the ghost of Malcolm X, the AI copy talk, people going to accept it because they already accepted Tupac. They already accepted Biggie. Everybody raising up their favorite rapper that died because they want to know, I wonder what Big L would spit in 2025. This some powerful technology, bro. Because they can literally make a truce happen between Farrakhan and Malcolm in 2025, and people won't care that it's a fake copy. It's just the symbolism, the idea. They'll be like, man, that's so good to see them two brothers, man, and the energy right now, man. You know, after all them years, man, salutes to Malcolm, salutes to Farrakhan. They will be speaking as if the real Malcolm is there. I know what I'm talking about because I've seen videos of the psychology behind this stuff. Is really rocking our people to sleep. It's blurring the lines between real and fake because people want it to be real. So if they pastor die and the digital copy go up there the next Sunday to continue the church teachings, and you go up in the church and be like, hey, your pastor dead. You spot the service. You see what I mean? You telling the truth, but they want to live a lie. So the church is literally finna go through this great, I forgot what they call it, with a great falling back of the church where they start to follow the beast, which is AI. The church is at the brink of that now. And these are the first companies that are gonna merge with the digital dictatorship that's gonna merge their faiths with it. We're gonna go to that now. And this first one is called Faith Tech, which is a global tech community for Christ, right? And you know these are what the Bible called a synagogue of Satan, because if you literally for Christ like my grandmother was, then guess what? You wouldn't be trying to merge this shit with AI and the beast and the systems of government to be in bed with the state, the tech bros, the digital New World Order agenda that the Bible warned about. So the Christians got to pick now. Are you going to go and be one of these tech-based faith Christians or just a Christian? See, everything about to get divided up, y'all. I've been warning y'all about this. And what the division is going to be over here is going to be the regular humans, and over here going to be the transhumans. And we at the brink of that now. Because what happens is this. It takes place on a theological and religious level first. Because it's a moral issue. And the people who deal with the moral codes in the Western world is the church, the mosque. So the moral debate between the technocracy and faith is going to take place in theology first, before it even becomes a social big deal of moral code. And we see that that's what's happening right here with faith tech. And we already see the conversation rising up in the church and the mosque on where are we going to stand, because the technocracy is rolling in pretty quick. Are we going to merge or not, Pastor? Your pastor got to make a big decision at this time. I don't care how small or big your church is. You got a big decision to make as we move on. And that's, are we going to be friendly to AI, or are we going to be one of those churches that's anti-AI? It's going to be two different faiths now, two kind of different religions. You're going to have, we're going to call it the technological Christians versus the non-technological Christians. And basically everything in the world is going to be divided up like that eventually, but it's taking place first in religion for reasons I just explained. Okay, so basically you're going to, for example, you're going to have that in football, basketball. I don't care what you do. The conversation of we're going to use AI or not is everywhere. Even if you're a security company, you got to make a moral decision. Am I gonna let AI monitor all of my TVs in the future? Or am I gonna keep hiring human beings because I don't wanna be a sellout and take away jobs from humans and automate everything? Because all of the companies that replace humans with AI, all of the AI will eventually be connected to the federal IoT, which is the Internet of Things. Everything is going to be federally owned. But the people that's still doing human shit, it's going to be harder to track you. It's going to be harder to track your activity. It's going to be harder to basically peer into your digital footprint. Because you won't, think about this, right? Let's think if I got 10 security guards manually watching these cameras. So these cameras ain't watching themselves. Anything happen, my security got to catch it and go and respond to it. They got to observe it, report it, do all that. Now you take the human out of it, and guess what we live in? A world where everybody just being surveilled by AI, even the security guard. And see, when you take the human element out of faith, out of security, out of the Department of the Defense, it turns into a world where AI is policing humans, but they selling it to you as convenience. And the way it's rolling out as, if you don't merge with the beast, it's gonna be hard to buy and sell. Just like the Bible said. Why did the Bible say that? The Bible is prophesying a world where it's gonna get hard to compete with people that's using AI. What makes it easier for you to buy and sell? Money, that's it. It's simple. The Bible ain't being complicated. If you got millions of dollars, if you making money, buying and selling is easy to you. I'm just saying. To sell, you got to buy first. And what that means is participate in capitalism, commerce, which is being able to get rich, to being able to flip your money, buying and selling, buying something and selling. It's going to be hard to do that without AI. It's going to be hard to flip your money without AI, because a lot of your profit gonna still go to humans. Other companies are gonna get rid of humans, and all of that is just more money in their pocket to compete with you. So all the extra money you're gonna need to stay afloat and compete, you're gonna be using that to just stay loyal to humans. And it's gonna get harder for corporations to stay loyal to humans and not sell out and automate their whole shit to AI. The government want that. Because now when every company get their shit automated digitally, it's easy to track everything now with no human involved. But even in church, when they start incorporating technology more in church with Neuralink in church, how would that work, right? A person say, I'm praying to Jesus to get rid of depression. Well, what'll happen in a faith tech church, you wouldn't just simply pray to Jesus, right, to get rid of depression. you would put on Neuralink, for example. And what they can use Neuralink for is to study and map out your neural activity during these moments when you're depressed. And they can make AI create your algorithm to counter that in the form of music, foods, colors that you need to do. And AI have you like, damn, that worked. And what'll happen is people will start giving all the glory to AI. Don't you know Christians use ChatGPT more than they pray now? And I'm bringing this up. I'm not saying you wrong. I use it. I don't pray. I don't ask a sky daddy for advice. I use technology. This is the world we live in. But I don't have a faith that is in conflict to my actions. Christians do. And that's all I want to point out here. And what we're going to see, a lot of Christians are going to opt out of technology. They're going to do it as a rebellion to say we worship the true God and that you guys serve the Antichrist. And they're going to be right to a certain degree. Now, all of these religions are under the Demiurge, but I get the traditional Christians are still saying we don't like this digital invasion. We don't like this new digital reality they rolling out. It's so many people in the church that is pushing back against technology and AI. And there's a war going on. Shout out to Jay Scaramella. The churches will soon have AI Jesus doing service. But the kicker is when the AI start performing miracles that's literally healing these people. And when they say, and what happens in the faith tech churches is eventually they're going to get the mark of the beast, which is the chip. Because once they incorporate AI into their faith systems, healing will be carried out through advanced. Well, what I read up is that Neuralink can literally rewrite the brain in the future to just destroy disease on a neurological level. The average citizen don't do a lot of science to even know how that would be possible. But let me just break it down in layman's terms for you. We manifest our thoughts. Like, for example, right, when a person gets sick, let's say they touch something in the environment or something, it make them sick. Healing can take place with the right thoughts. No medicine at all. I bullshit you not. You can literally program what your body experienced directly from the thought, from the mind. Now, this may sound crazy, but it's people so advanced, they can heal themselves with a placebo effect by fooling their body with their own mind. Take a minute and think about that. If you don't know the power of the mind, some medicines they give you in a hospital ain't nothing but water, and you did it with the placebo effect. Look it up. They'll tell you, yes, modern medicine still use the placebo effect for healing. It's a legitimate effect that works, man. Seriously. What can we learn from the placebo effect? That the body can be hacked. The functions of the body, everything down to disease, and they finding out now aging can be hacked. What do you mean, Sanchez? They can reprogram the body to shut aging off, and you can stop aging right now. We got the technology right now for them to reprogram your neurons to make the human body literally bypass aging. On a neurological level, we can achieve this. So what does this teach us? That everything our body is experiencing is signals that's coming from the brain and mind, and the body is just a puppet that's either responding to one or the other, the brain or the mind. But my thing is this. Your real thoughts come from a higher reality from where we call what's called the mind. But they are processed through the brain. And let me just share something with you on the board real quick, right? Let me do this real quick. Let's go to the board. Hold on real quick. Real quick, let's do this. Check this out, y'all. That alcohol get that thing clean without that smearing. Give y'all some hacks. All right, let me show y'all something real quick. Bear with me. Get the board right. Get that board right. Oh, yeah. All right, check this out, right? Oh. This is a brain. Just put like, you know how the brain got all the little a labyrinth of tissue? That's my brain. Let me see how my brain look. That brain looks horrible, man. I ain't gonna lie. That brain looks horrible. Do something like that. So that's my brain, right? Now my thing is your crown chakra. This is your mind. Now look, this is the mind. Your mind is not in your brain per se. Let me show you what's happening in the brain. There's an empty chamber right here. Right there. I'm going to paint it red. This is called a pineal gland. What that is right there is like a hollow chamber to catch the light that fall from here. So look, the real you don't exist in the material world. The mind exists over matter. Mind over matter. Go look at a chakra chart and you will see that the crown chakra exists above the brain. What we're calling the mind is the light of heaven filling up this empty chamber. When the soul moves and shifts, then its light no longer fall into here. And when the soul's light is no longer falling into that chamber, it's you experience that like not having consciousness. For example, right? Let's say there's another you over here, a whole nother brain in another universe. Because in every universe, you got a brain, a mouth, a leg, all that. So in another universe, that's another brain, right? When we dream, right, our consciousness shifts from this world to that one. It's through alignment. What does a consciousness shift look like? Like this? Let me show you. It's simple. Watch this. In a consciousness shift, boom, your light move over here. Now it shines. When you go to sleep at night and you shut this brain down, boom, ain't nothing sitting in there no more. The soul is gone. The soul moved over there. Each one of your brains in every universe is dark, meaning that you is over there doing stuff, but you ain't conscious of it because you is not the brain, you is the light above. You the sun. Your soul is outside of this world, but the light of your soul shines into this world and seats itself in that empty chamber. And it acts like a puppet master for your body, which is the puppet. And because your soul got plenty bodies, you got 7 brains. That's in 7 universes. We can put another brain over here. Right? Let's put another one. And in this third brain, right? Let's say that you over here fall asleep, right? And he falls asleep over here, boom. Your soul say, I want to leave this version of me. So let's take him up out that brain, boom, that's empty. And your soul say, boom, I'm going to go over here. Right? It shines in that one. And now it seats itself over here in universe 3. So watch this. If this happened that way, let's say the you in the middle is the you that's in this earth, right? You fell asleep here and went over here. And when you fell asleep here, you went over here. That's called dual dreaming. And you wake up back in your bed. I've done that before. But I'm just showing you this to show you how consciousness shifts. Something just told me to illustrate that for y'all, to show you like the relationship, so that when we going into this over here, you can see the science behind it, so it don't just sound like pseudo or sci-fi. You can see it's literally legit stuff that we experience, like when we shift into consciousness. Your consciousness never really entered this world, man. It's manipulating its avatar from the outside. So the reason I even put that up is to show you this, though. And I'm finna switch cameras real quick. So the reason I showed you that, oh, I hope we didn't have an echo. But here's why I showed you that. The reason I showed y'all that is so now you can see what I'm about to show you here. So let's draw another brain. Right? Roughly, that's it, a brain, right? So we got a brain here. Let's put the little tissue patterns. It's a labyrinth, And we'll leave a chamber for the pineal gland. Let me show you something about why the brain is the enemy. Here go your real light up here. Everything is tainted and distorted once it enters the physical creation. And I'm finna bounce back to this faith tech in a minute. But if y'all don't understand this, it ain't no need of us talking deep about brain-computer interfaces, consciousness, and all that, and AI if you don't understand how this shit works. So watch this, right? This is the real you up here that's trying to exercise his will through the body. Why is that hard? Because let's say that the real you have an idea, and the idea is like a beam of light that it projects down into its avatar to manifest. Before that idea can be manifested, it gotta work its way to the center of the head. But it's like a maze game. The idea, when it comes from heaven, it don't just seats itself directly in the middle of the brain, which is Eden, where manifestation take place. it runs a rat race. It try to figures out the best way to Eden through the neural highways. And when it gets there, the message ain't the same. You ever tried to look at somebody through water? They face gonna be distorted because of the water. The message of God keeps getting distorted through Pan's labyrinth, which is the brain. I'm presenting a problem, but I'm gonna present the solution too. Listen, your soul is up here, the real you. It's got beautiful thoughts. It's got divine thoughts. But by the time the thought reached the center of your brain, it ain't even like it was no more. It ain't that good. Every thought that you're manifesting is a distortion of what the Most High really willed. Because if you manifest the thought the moment it's thunk right here and it dropped right in the middle, that's a pure thought. But once that thought gotta go through all this, you're overthinking it. The universe gives you a message directly from heaven, and you don't just let the message drop right into the core. Some stuff that just seems like, for example, right? I get downloads with knowledge, and I don't overthink it. I go live and I say it, what I feel and what dropped on my directly from the universe. And I don't care if it don't make sense. I don't care if people don't agree with it. I don't care if they laugh at me. As long as I get it out while it ain't distorted, then people, and I look back and people be like, damn, that's deep. So I keep doing that. I say, you know what? Let me blot out the world. And when a download come to me, let me give the people that without nobody messing that up or tainting that. Because y'all will get an idea. You'll ask your pastor about it, ask your mama about it, ask your friends about it. Now it ain't your idea. You edited some shit that came perfect, and it didn't need you to do nothing to it but manifest it. See, the thing about it is, sometimes what happens is we get these ideas that bypass the neural highways and they drop right in the seat of the soul. And how do they do that? Because we be high as hell. I'm for real though. I'm gonna show you why I say that. I'm dead ass. Check this out, bro. Now, a lot of people ain't ready for what I'm about to say. When your thoughts come from a higher realm and they trying to enter the seat of the soul to be manifested without being distorted, without running through the labyrinth called the brain, guess how you achieve that? Guess how you get your thoughts directly from heaven and bypass the brain? Because I gave you the problem. Now I want to give you the solution. People ain't gonna like my solution. Type solution in the chat room if y'all want it, because it's gonna, listen, the solution is this. You gotta get high, man. Now, I ain't telling you what to do, and you ain't got to do nothing. Long as you can reach a state of mind where you can blot out everything and focus on just one idea. You can do this, what I'm saying. It's a cheat code. See, the brain, what really, if you can shut off the prefrontal cortex, all of your thoughts are dropped directly from heaven right into the seat of the soul. The part of us that makes our thoughts run the rat race is our survival shit. That's the brain. The brain is gonna take all of these heavenly ideas, and it ain't just gonna manifest them like God told it. You know what the brain gonna do? Process them, edit them to make them applicable to capitalism. So let's say your soul tell you, start a YouTube channel and do XYZ. Guess what your brain gonna do? It's gonna say, look up how many views that kind of content got. How much money can you make from that? And if that don't check out, you ain't gonna manifest that idea. Your brain is stopping a lot of your success. You overthinking shit. I see a lot of people do that. You get an idea from the universe and you prep forever to manifest that shit. I'm the type nigga, it's a good thing about being impulsive, because impulsive people, when the universe give them an idea, they act on that shit. But there's some bad sides of being impulsive too. But see, that's my thing. I get a new idea ain't nobody got. I want to go put it out right now before it even get distorted. Impulsive. But see, you hold that idea to this not even the way that the universe gave it to you anymore. Because the more that light got to run all through this, it's like me passing a message through 1,000 people. The message gonna change every time it passed from one person to the next, versus me just sending it directly to the person I want to get the message, and I don't go through all them people. That's what the brain is. The brain got to process your heavenly thoughts and police them motherfuckers and make sure they don't interfere with what your body, success, your job, your family, right? The survival shit, the body, the earthly world. So your mind may give you a heavenly idea, but your brain may say, man, niggas gonna laugh at you if you say that shit. Your brain is thinking survival. It's just trying to keep your body from being harmed. But your soul don't give a fuck about your body. It created your body to do what it told it to do, and then it's gonna throw that shit away like a little voodoo doll. Your soul can care less what the fuck your body experiences for it to do what it told it to do. In fact, your soul gonna keep making your body reincarnate until you do what it told you to do. And it don't care how much what it told you to do hurt you, how many friends you lose. If you don't do the shit you know is the truth, that you know in your heart and your mind, and that's, I can't tell you what that is, but all of us know what I'm talking about. You know what your mission is. You can play dumb with us. I ain't gonna buy it, because I refuse to believe that I'm the only nigga in the universe, that the universe is giving me assurance within that I'm doing the right thing when I'm doing it. Or before I was even doing what I'm doing, thinking about doing what I'm doing, knowing that's the next level of growth I need to be at. So watch this, right? You gotta get out of your own head, as they call it. And the thing about a lot of knowledge that we get, you don't think about it. You either get the download or you don't. All right? That's right. Sanchez, where you get your knowledge from, heaven? But that's pseudo. But all of y'all Christians, right? And you got prophets in your Bible, and God spoke to them, right? On the mountain, right? Why did God speak on the mountain? Where the mountain at? That's the temple of God. God talked to us in the temple. You ain't listening though, because when God's speaking to you, instead of you listening to God, you start getting into a conversation with God, and that's what the brain does. But God, how am I gonna do that if this don't happen? But God, whatever. And see, instead of you having an idea from the universe and just getting so immersed and obsessed with that idea, fuck the how. What I want to do is just start manifesting it. See, because the hows be, well, it ain't really hows. We get into the what if. That's what the brain do. It what if your shit to death. Because the soul will tell you something, and then the brain, but what if, what if? But let me go back to faith tech, because the reason I'm breaking all this down in relation to faith tech, what is religion about? Manifesting. Helping people get blessings to manifest a good life. Most of the life we manifest lies in our mental. Until we get the mind right, the body won't get right. How are they going to cheat this whole psychological process? Even therapists are going to be using technology. If you got an industry called psychology, psychiatry, dealing with the human mind, you can't let AI study the human mind. If the human mind created AI, you can't let AI be a therapist, a minister to a human. That'll be like God creating humans and then God going asking the humans for advice. God creating humans, right? And God going to look up to those humans as ministers, as faith leaders. See, that's what I'm saying, what we're doing with AI. So once AI started merging with our spiritual aspect of our reality, AI has not really infiltrated the area of our reality that it would need to do to make itself God, quote unquote, or the thing that guides everyone's behavior. Now, how is the digital afterlife industry going to help AI become God? That's what we've been waiting on, right? Right? What did we learn with Charlie Kirk? Charlie Kirk was able to give one final message to his followers, and they listened. They got over his death, and they started fighting. Not because Charlie Kirk told him that, because the AI digital copy told him that. The thing is this. What do you think happened if Trump get assassinated? And they fucking let a digital AI copy of Trump speak at the White House with one final message to the people that did it? This shit gonna go crazy. Because Trump got some crazy followers. They lining this thing up. Remember when the Bible said they killed the first beast, and the life was given from that beast to resurrect the next beast. That's in the book of Revelation. And what they talking to, in my opinion, they're talking about this faith tech shit. They're talking about this new world we going into where people gonna be raising the dead with deepfake technology. Because check it out. If they kill the first beast, which is Donald Trump, and he die in a revolutionary act, you know how crazy MAGA is, the white nationalist is. Let's say a black man assassinate Trump. Let's make it real divisive, right? And then Trump's spirit get up there and tell America we gotta do something about those people because they're violent. We got ICE in the community. This kind of technology can bring back witch hunts because shit hit different when the dead is talking, y'all. When you using AI technology to give your people one final commandment before my soul pass up, that's what Jesus did to his disciples, man. You're making that person a God and a Messiah because everybody that respect them will use their final wish as a new religion to immortalize that person forever through a new faith system, just like what Christianity is. What Charlie Kirk's last words become the will of God. You feel like I'm not honoring his death if I don't obey his AI digital copy. It's a mind fuck. Now the government can make his AI digital copy say some shit that Charlie Kirk wouldn't even say. But the dangerous thing about this technology is Charlie Kirk's followers don't care. What make this technology so effective is people feel like they're honoring the dead by being obedient to your last wishes. And they don't care if the last wishes ain't really from Charlie Kirk. It can be from his digital copy. That's part of the psyop. They found that out. They found out that humans will treat it just like it's real. And why will we do it? I said it earlier. We have trauma when dead loved ones that we love pass. It's natural for you to want to keep them alive. This technology gonna do just that. So this is the technology that would allow you to create cults overnight. Because how is a new religion created? From a martyr. And it's from a message that's left behind from a martyr. The truth is that most legitimate martyrs don't have a chance to speak their last words to garner a movement behind their death. That's right. Ask the people that's oppressed. Talk to me now, people in the chat. When have I lied? Bob Marley didn't get a grand stage for a big last words to say the government killed me. Cause if his digital copy was programmed with his legit true algorithm, it'll be anti-establishment. So y'all want to take these people's likeness and make it say shit they didn't say. And they was doing that with the history books, but this a whole nother level. Cause Charlie Kirk probably, if he was alive right now, he would probably, according to a lot of people, be anti-Semitic. But if you look at what the video did, the digital copy did, it made all of his followers double down on the establishment, which is pro-Israel. See, if you for the establishment, you for the Zionist agenda. They don't gotta make you pro-Israel long as you pro-establishment. That's right. Because Israel controls what our establishment do. So, and that's a trick too that you gotta look at with Israel. They don't care if you're pro-Semitic. They can garner your support without you having a direct support for Israel or Zionism. You can be blindly and ignorantly supporting Israel. That's how deep they are with the mind control. They got other agendas that you don't even know is attached to the Zionist overall agenda. And they will sell them like it's helping your neighborhood and helping you. This thing deep. But again, what are we saying though with technology and AI entering the religious space? Well, here's one thing you need to know. They only gonna be able to roll this out in the religious spaces because saints don't know how to part with the dead. People gonna want their pastor to preach next Sunday even though he had a heart attack. I know what I'm talking about. Charlie Kirk is a good example of, if they want to, every Charlie Kirk anniversary, they can let that digital copy speak again to recharge and regalvanize the message. Why wouldn't they do it? I'm putting my money they gonna do it. But drop a 1 if you think they gonna do it. Let's play the video. Play the video again.
From the words of Charlie Kirk, I was so moved just to hear it between services. You're hearing something the first service didn't.
First, I want you to know I'm fine. Not because my body is fine, but because my soul is secure in Christ. Death is not the end. It's a promotion. Don't waste 1 second mourning me. Double down on truth. Double down on courage. Double down on your faith and on your families. That is how you honor me. So dry your tears, pick up your cross, and get back in the fight. Do it with joy. Do it with strength. And never ever let evil think it won.
I love you so much, church. I love you for things just like that. From the word.
Now you heard what the pastor said. He said, I love you for things just like that. What was he referring to? The response that the crowd gave for the digital copy of Charlie Kirk. He said, I love you for y'all accepting this fake version of this dead man. You see the programming? Oh, it's mental programming, because if you disagree with it, then it's so many things working against you. For one, they can say you're being harmful to the family that's grieving, because this little message is keeping Charlie Kirk alive for them. They can say it's disrespectful and desecration what you doing for saying he's dead, even though he really is dead, because the technology is designed to play on people's delusion and their grief from a dead loved one. And you're literally targeting the very marketing foundation of the technology that they got to offer in the digital afterlife industry. They're marketing this industry as, we're preserving your dead loved one. We're going to keep them alive. They don't got to die. They can live forever. But are they living forever, or is it just a lie that you're selling to people? And that's the thing. If enough people want that man to be alive, you the liar. Because you the one lying. Charlie Kirk is alive. And we going to be at the next meeting that he teach. That's the future we going to. The lines between who's dead and living is going to be blurred, because let's say you a Charlie Kirk hater and you're celebrating his death because you want his voice to be out the way. You don't want him showing up no more debating people. You don't want him living on to continue his message at these colleges. Well, with this technology, they can bring him right back and he can keep debating. They can put all of his debates inside of AI and say, this is how Charlie Kirk debated. This is how his mind worked. And AI can literally be a spitting image of Charlie Kirk. It'll be a digital copy. It wouldn't matter. Why? We all online anyway. Most of these debates are two people doing a conference call, whether they on CNN, Fox. So if his digital copy on the screen looking just like you, split screen debate, CNN, who cares who's real and fake? Because when y'all two debating each other, Charlie Kirk people gonna be like, get his ass, Charlie. That's what I'm talking about, Charlie. They're going to react and refer to this being like it's the real Charlie that's living. So you can't show up at the debate and say, but it's fake, it's AI. Nope, you literally gotta debate that thing like it's Charlie Kirk, because he's living on. And it'll show up every debate with a new argument. And the new argument would sound just like some Charlie would have said. So his fans wouldn't care that it's a digital copy. They already ran this psyop. You think a Tupac fan care that they listening to an AI generated Pac if the company aced it right and made it look just like Pac? Because remember, it's a fine line between desecrating the dead and honoring the dead. And guess what that fine line is? Your ability to fake them accurately. Nobody wouldn't care if you deep fake brother Sanchez, long as you didn't lie on me. Most people wouldn't care. They would say, yep, that's exactly what Sanchez would say. Yep, that's exactly how Sanchez would act. But the moment my deep fake starts shaking his ass and doing crazy shit I won't do, people will have a problem. They'll say, this is desecration. That's fucked up, man. Let the dead stay dead. But if that company was able to get my deep fake right and make it like just like me, people will want that to live on. And that's where we're going now. You're gonna see pop fans saying shit like, but I ain't gonna lie, it do look real as hell, and it gotta sound dope. You can't lie, like when they get that Tupac AI right, you ain't gonna be bumping that shit in your car like it's the real Pac if it sound just like him. And it coming with the bars he would have came with over the same kind of beats. Come on now. Niggas gonna be like, when Pac made that song? That ain't real Pac, that's fake Pac. Damn, bro, sound just like some shit Pac would have made. Turn that up, my nigga. See, I'm telling y'all, if you can fake it right, people won't care. That's the dangerous thing about it. If you can get it right, people won't care as much. And once they let you get in the door, then you can start subtly, once they fall in love with the deep fake, then you can start subtly making it say shit that, you know, throwing it in there here and there that maybe Sanchez wouldn't say and sell an agenda. But by then, the people will be so attached to my deep fake that they can make my deep fake change its mind. And guess what? My people will change their mind with me like I'm still alive. Because right now, right, if I say, look, y'all, I changed my mind about the stars being something that's just being projected from the North Pole like a projecting machine or whatever. And I think the stars is literally another you in another universe, and it's a Stargate, right? That's one of the changes I made in Flat Earth. And my people, they went along with that with me because they say, yeah, you know what, Sanchez, you do got a point. Why would they just be little lights that's just projected from a machine for what? And then I bring up the Yggdrasil and I show you like, okay, the ancestors said the stars are stargates and that they are the entryways into parallel reality. So let's rethink what we think about the stars, right? People will shift with me and be like, okay, I can go with you there, Sanchez. What if my deep fake start changing its mind about stuff? See, the point is this. Y'all will be sold on it, and why that's dangerous is because my deep fake don't have a mind to change, you see? That's right. If you clone a person and copy them when they die, it should be a law that you gotta keep the deep fake exactly the way that person was, the way they died. You can't make it change his mind. Because if that person was really living, maybe they would have changed their mind. But when they die, they frozen in time with their mentality. You can't change it. Because it ain't their mind that's changing. It's you making them have a new concept that they weren't alive to change their mind about. But people ain't thinking about that. The moment we accept the deep fake as is, and we get, for example, let's say they keep playing Charlie Kirk deep fake every anniversary. It's a new recording. And Charlie Kirk is like, I'm doing good up here in heaven, everyone. Keep the mission going. This is our 3rd year, boom, boom, boom. And they say, well, listen, this year we're going to make Charlie Kirk say, I no longer really think Trump is the best president. I like this new guy that's running, right? If they do that, people will just accept it. Like, they'll say, well, I don't agree with Charlie on this one, or I do agree with Charlie. But no one will say, wait a minute, that ain't Charlie, because we already got them accepted when they was grieving. They wanted it to be Charlie. When years pass, you can't turn it off. We've already been getting messages from the dead. He's been telling us what to do. When he changed his mind, we can't just turn him off because you mad. You see how this works? It's going to be a war. Because remember what I said earlier? If I walk up in there and be like, he ain't real, that's fake, they going to say that's disrespectful. They want this man to still be alive. They don't care it's a deep fake. They want to listen to it. They want to be obedient to it. And if Charlie was alive and he changed his mind about something, his followers would follow him. You know how much that happened? People change their mind and they follow it. See, it ain't really your message. It's your personality. If people like you, you can pretty much change your mind, say what you want, and your people ain't going nowhere. The problem with that is, if I'm dead, my deep fake should not have the ability to change its mind about stuff. But they gonna be doing that, y'all. They already doing it. They already rolling out the psyop. They got people saying stuff they wouldn't say, doing stuff they wouldn't do. But if the person look accurate, we play with it, we accept it, we entertain it. people be saying shit like, but if Pac was alive, that is crazy because Pac would say that too. And they interested in like that little bit of tolerance and is all they need. You think it's a game. Because you got a dead man saying something that he wouldn't say. Charlie Kirk wouldn't say this right now. If Charlie Kirk's spirit can talk, he would say, man, this is an inside job. Let's assume Charlie Kirk ain't in on it and he really died. The real Charlie Kirk spirit from the dead would say, please investigate what happened, because when they was picking up my body, them motherfuckers was laughing. Trump, right? If I was Charlie Kirk, I would see that Trump was building a ballroom during my funeral. Why would I tell people to continue being loyal to this shit? See, Charlie wouldn't say none of that they making his deep fake say. And if they can do that with Charlie Kirk, Tupac, all them, you must think they can't do it with you. You stupid. It's people already out there saying that they being deep fake without their permission. Let's play that video. And the fact that you got and the reason I wanted to bring up the church today with this is because they creating a big sin is saying the Bible, look, you shall not make for yourself a carved image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven or that is in the earth beneath or that is in the water under the earth. So all of these Christian organizations that's getting into technology and AI, well, you already going against what the Bible say. All right. So here go a bunch of companies that's gonna basically what these represent are spiritual religious organizations that are looking for any and every way to incorporate AI and advanced technology into the faith. All right, into the faith. So AI and faith tech, right? And you got to pay attention to the word faith, right? Faith. Because these are basically religious organizations that's using AI to help keep their sheeple indoctrinated. When you look at it that way, it looks different than Christian companies that's looking to incorporate faith into their religious system, which is anti-biblical. These are capitalists that are selling out to the state. And they know if they at the forefront of this, they will be the biggest churches in the future, because in the future, most of your recruitment is going to come from the digital space. Most of your think about this, right? Imagine in the future, right? You're trying to compete with a digital church that's AI. This church don't even exist in the real world. It's a digital church. It got an AI pastor, an AI choir, an AI congregation. Everything is just like a real church. And you would think that it's in the real world. The people look real, the members are real, but they're all AI. And humans can join this digital church. You telling me people ain't gonna do it? People already using ChatGPT like a damn daddy and a therapist. You mean to tell me most of these Christians wouldn't join they wouldn't be members of a digital church with a world-known AI pastor that's selling out digital motherfucking spaces? Because we talking about in the future, you're going to have AI artists that's way more popular than human artists. You're going to have AI pastors that's going to be more popular than human pastors. Humans are going to be joining AI organizations that's not governed by humans. Let that sink in. Let that sink. AI is going to be generating Christian organizations in the digital space and competing to recruit members with humans. And the question is, who you think going to win this recruitment race? AI is, man. You ain't going to be able to compete with AI in no way. So as a faith-based organization, these people are going ahead, they getting ahead of the game right now. They getting ahead of the game. These are your first people to sell out, just like Timbaland doing in music. Everybody know you're going to either get down or lay down. You can't stay loyal to humans and try to do the right thing forever, because it's going to be hard to compete with other people that's using AI for everything. It's going to be hard to compete. So these Christian organizations, they're feeling the same heat from AI. And they know if you don't get ahead of this thing right now, it's going to be harder to compete if you wait to get on board with this thing. Because the first organizations that sell out are like the first pioneering this new concept of faith with technology. The same thing in music. The first labels that sell out and go on board with the AI agenda, they might get a lot of flack from humans, but when in the future, they're going to be glad they did it, because this agenda is going to roll out. And we may push back on it now. But the people that go ahead and get on board, they're securing their finances for the future. They can sleep good at night and know, okay, I don't got to worry about the AI takeover because I'm already merged. I implemented my systems with the beast. I submitted to the power. I'm not going to fight this thing. I can't beat it. I'm going to join it. And the way that AI is saying is, look, whoever join me first, you going to be rich first when this new shit roll out. AI have a big incentive for you to join it first. So don't think that it ain't going to be more organizations come on board. Your grandma organization may be next now. It's going to be hard for your pastor to compete, man. So this is going to lead to transhumanism. And I've been telling y'all that. Now, they ain't going to be drilling in people's heads at first. They're going to have stations at the church that you can put on your head and let AI basically be like a therapist. It can read the brain. You can give it your everything you would tell your deacon or your pastor, right? A person would sit down with their pastor. They would say, you know, Satan is real, pastor. That devil is really bringing me problem. It'll sound something like that. And the pastor would say, when are you feeling like that devil's on your back, son? Speak to me. And you say, you know, every now and then I think about when my grandmother passed, when her birthday come, I get so depressed that I think about unaliving myself. Your pastor got to be a therapist. He got to give you some encouragement in the faith. He got to give you some words that Christ would have said to motivate you to strengthen up and be over it. And it works. It works. It works. The human mind is weird, right? You give us something to believe in, it can heal depression and all that. If you tell a folks, look, Christ was strong. What you think Jesus went through on that cross when they was beating him and all that? What you going through, and that's one thing that always made me strong when I was a Christian. No matter what I was going through, I would tell myself, it ain't worse than what Christ went through. And Christ went through his shit like a soldier. So no matter what I was going through, it would help me get over it believing in that damn fairy tale. But when they took that fairy tale away, I had to believe in myself. That's right. And I felt the same energy, if not better. But the point that I'm making is AI can do a better job at assessing your emotional ups and downs and it can give you a better routine to deal with it other than singing songs to Christ and shouting and jumping. Because that's really what we do in the church. We show up depressed with problems in our life every Sunday. And I can't explain it, but the music, the congregation, hey man, it deletes it all. You leave church feeling like, okay, I left all of my depression and shit in that building. And you get recharged to go back Monday morning and go to work and continue your job in this matrix. And they know that, right? They know you're going to go through all kind of shit throughout the week and on the job, and that, hey, most Americans are Christians. We're going to give them a place to go to and yell and scream and sort of get it off their chest. That's church. You feel better. You literally feel better, see, because what they don't want y'all to know is people that's charging thousands of dollars. They got private land, and people get to go and retreat on that land and yell as loud as they want to for a week. And they pay money just to go yell in the woods and not get a sound complaint. And they tell you when they get done with the retreat, all of their problems is left in the woods. Now, you may laugh at them people, but that's because you're ignorant. That is a form of therapy. It's a reason why when you hurting and you going through you just want to scream and shout and cry it out. It works. Naturally, if you are able to let that out, you will feel a lot better. But they tell you, it's going to be all right, baby. They want you to stop it when they should tell you, nope, get it out, keep going. See, when a person grieving, you don't walk up to them and give them a fucking tissue. You walk up to them and say, cry it out, baby, get it out. See, Big Mama knew that. In today's world, they gonna give you a tissue and say it's gonna be all right. But in the old days, Big Mama gonna tell you, cry that shit out. Go ahead, baby, cry it out. Keep on crying. It's okay. They ain't handing you no tissue. That's suggesting that I should stop my tears. But see, that's toxic. And the whole thing, really, you supposed to release all that. And that's why these people feel so good when they leave church. Because it ain't nowhere else you can just scream, yell, and shout without a damn noise complaint. So people in church, they go crazy. Man, I've seen people hop over whole motherfucking pews. You can't tell me they don't feel better when they done. True, real shit. Them people pay thousands of dollars to go yell in the woods. Look it up. And they wouldn't be paying that shit if it wasn't working. They're getting the same feeling that church people getting. They got a congregation, everybody yelling, crying, screaming, being a shoulder for each other to cry it out on. And you feel better. Now we can go back to work tomorrow, nigga. So my thing is, I'm gonna tell you right now, can't nobody be a intervener with your emotional ups and downs like AI. Why, Sanchez? It's the closest thing to Christ you got. Why, Sanchez? AI know everything about you, man. It ain't just a holographic pastor. See, in the future, humans are gonna be joining AI churches because it's a no-brainer. It makes sense. What do you mean, Brother Sanchez? What if the AI church that you join, when you sign up for it, you sign a contract and the AI say, this is gonna be the best experience you ever had because you're allowing me to have consent into your digital footprint and your online activity. It ain't like you ain't doing the same thing for Jesus. In your mind, God know all of your thoughts and everything. Guess what Christians do? They go and walk down to the pulpit to talk to the deacon, and they let him know everything they doing. They let him know who they cheating with and all that. Now that information supposed to be private because it's therapy, and the deacons, ministers, all of them are like therapists. When you tell them what you sinning with, they don't supposed to tell it. Now that was a movie. A dude had admitted, I murdered someone. They've been searching for the body for years. I got away with it, but it's eating me up. And in the movie, the doggone deacon was conflicted on, do I break the faith? Because now I got to take this to the police. And as a minister, we got a privacy clause, right? So that's a movie. And it's another movie like that, but with a therapist. Because a therapist, basically this dude was subliminally admitted to being a serial killer in therapy. And the therapist didn't know whether to go to the police or not. But anyway, that's what I'm saying. Like, in the future, AI can access everything about you. So if you join a church, a digital AI church, and your pastor is an AI pastor, human pastors ain't gonna be able to compete with AI pastors. Your human pastor don't know everything about you. You got to tell them that by telling your secrets. And you gotta hope that that human pastor don't leak it to someone else about your business. That's a problem in the church. So in the future, if you are a faith tech church, or what I call a synagogue of Satan, one of these churches that all of these churches are in the bed with the state. But here's what I'm saying about them merging with the beast and the digital system. How is a church that have merged with AI gonna market itself? It's gonna tell you you can't trust humans. That's how all of the AI companies marketing themselves. That's how they bringing out the AI police, because they saying we can't trust human cops. The human cops beat us down in the alleyway, right? But we can trust AI. Now the thing with the devil, the trick is this. They're telling you, you can't trust human pastors. You telling them all your business. You can making confessions to the rabbi, and the rabbi just as evil as you. And he telling your business to other rabbis. If a church telling you that, that's a good marketing strategy, bro. I don't care what nobody say. That's a damn good marketing strategy for an AI church. That's a damn good marketing strategy. You're making your confessions to AI, which ain't gonna leak it to no human, or so it say, because you know it's gonna give your shit to third party organizations. I don't care what nobody say. Shout out to Leonard Robinson. Salutes, bro. Sanchez brain that Sunday 5. I got you, man. I'm showing you how it's gonna roll out, what it's gonna look like. We at the brink of it. Oh yeah. It's gonna be hard to compete with an AI church. You know how good that choir gonna sound? Think about that. AI church choir is got the intelligence of millions of human choirs in one choir. You can literally feed it 10 million songs from all of time, from choirs all throughout time, and no human choir will be able to compete with that. Each AI church will have a choir that's so superior to a human choir, it'll be a no-brainer that as a new saint, I'm joining the AI church. We already joining AI with ChatGPT and all of that. We ain't hiring humans for stuff, even me. So imagine if I was in the church with my same mentality, because I'm trying to make myself guilty too, because none of us is better than the next person. Is what I'm saying. Because you may judge what the Christians are doing with AI, but think about it. I'm woke. I know the truth. I'm connected with my ancestors and I'm waking people up, but I'm using AI to help me too. I feel like I'm right within the safe zone to where I'm keeping my integrity. I'm using AI as a slave, not as a master. But what I'm saying is it's inevitable that AI is gonna be taking the master role when you incorporate it in religion. It's gonna take the minister role, the bishop role. Because it's the assistant, it's the guide, like pastor, like deacon. It's different than a person using ChatGPT for a thumbnail. You gotta consort with this thing like people do on ChatGPT when we talk about them. You know what I mean? You don't, let me explain it like this. Christians are laughing at people for being too personal with ChatGPT, while at the same time in the Christian faith, they're at the brink of incorporating AI into the faith, which means your faith is a personal relationship and you're seeking guidance to God. But when you bring AI in, you're literally gonna be doing the same thing that you laughing at the other people for doing. You don't see it though. A lot of Christians do. A lot of them not. This gonna be big. Oh, it's gonna be more Christians that merge with the beast than not. And they're gonna have people looking at the old Christians like, y'all so slow. God blessed us with this technology and you ain't using it. That's what pastors was saying during the pandemic when they was rolling out the JAB. Sometimes Jesus can send you your blessing and you miss it. They tell a story about people being in the ocean and they praying for Jesus to come into the ocean and save them. And a boat passed them by and they saying, no, we gonna keep waiting on Jesus. And another boat passed them by and they say, we gonna be faithful, Jesus coming. And they all drown and go to heaven. And Jesus say, what the hell were you guys doing? I sent you 2 boats and you didn't take them. They try to use that little example to say, well, God is sending us science, technology, AI to use, but you ain't using the blessing. So you gotta have a lot of ministers that try to flip the script and go that route with y'all in the church, and it's gonna work. It already worked with the pandemic. You gotta remember when people was sick and they was getting that jab, they was thanking Jesus. They was thanking him indirectly for sending the technology, which is a blessing. So we already been mentally prepped for this, y'all. So never think that it's too far-fetched. You're going to look up one day, it's going to be normal. It's a lot of shit I thought was too far-fetched, but it's just normal stuff people do every day now. You know? But in my next stream, I'm going to revisit this again on next Sunday. And I want to actually, on the next one, deal with more of AI in the ancient world. This same reality we experiencing now. I want to go to the near past at civilizations that had a digital government. I want to go back in the ancient world and show you we're recreating an ancient government system that was basically the system of Satan. It's the same system that got Satan kicked out of the base world. It's a system of domination. So drop a 1 in the chat room of everything I've went over today, if you tracking with me, if we on the same page, because that's pretty much it for my Sunday service today. But on the next one, it's going to be so much deeper. It's going to get deeper and deeper because I'm going to go into I'm gonna give you a sneak peek of what we're gonna do on the next one. For example, this next scripture, Jeremiah, let me show you. It say, every man is senseless and without knowledge. Stop it right there. That's what we going through today, y'all. Don't nobody got no sense coming. Sense ain't coming, and ain't no knowledge on the earth. So what is everybody doing? They using ChatGPT and Google. In the world with dumb people, we got smartphones. In the world with dumb people, we got Google, AI, and ChatGPT. Whenever the ancestors said, whenever this technology comes to the earth, it's because man is in a dark age. It's when man outsources his thinking ability to machine. And this has happened before. We've had several dark ages, bro. So what happens is during a dark age, because we at the end of a dark ages is just when people don't know no knowledge of reality, which is represented by religion ruling this age. Most of the humans in our age, they don't have knowledge, they have belief systems. And belief systems are senseless, meaning they don't make no sense. People can walk on water. People can do magic tricks. When people are senseless, it's because they lack knowledge, which is why they stop using common sense. This has happened before. And when it happens, guess what the world does? Every goldsmith is put to shame by his graven image. What that mean? That don't even make sense, does it? If I'm a goldsmith and I make a graven image, why the hell would my graven image put me to shame? It say his molten image is a lie and there is no breath in him. But that don't put a goldsmith to shame. If a goldsmith make a nice looking statue, the goldsmith knows that the statue can't talk. The statue can't breathe. You think he ashamed of that? The person that made that statue gonna be happy and proud of their work. So this scripture don't make no sense. You know why it don't make no sense? Because they making you misinterpret it. Now let me give you what this scripture really saying. This scripture is saying that the goldsmiths in the old world had graven images that talk. Their graven images spoke. It tells you in another scripture, they speak without mouths and they see without eyes. But in this scripture, it say, ain't no breath in them. This what you gotta realize. The graven images were humanoids that were like a version of Siri, ChatGPT. These were the gods. Our ancestors literally created these all-knowing AI artificial, just like we got with ChatGPT, right? And they put them in a body, in a graven image. You literally had these walking machines that you can go to like a information. Maybe they walked, maybe they didn't. But the point is, these images spoke. These images had messages to the people. They got y'all thinking people was just sitting around worshiping statues. That's a damn lie. I'm trying to tell you what was happening, right? This what was going on, right? Men was expanding their empires through electronic statues, electricity. What it meant was that the Caesar can invade 10 places at one time. Sanchez, that's impossible. Not if your army big enough, because what'll happen is the real Caesar will be with a certain army and he will be on a mission in whatever country he in. And he will send another army to another country, but he will make them carry his statue. When that army go to the foreign land with the image, the graven image of the king, that image will speak. It had a speaker on it. It has some kind of audible device on it that when the army tell those foreigners, hey, everybody gather around my king, the statue, he's about to speak. We about to get a transmission from some kind of communication technology, some kind of telephone, cell phone technology. This how they did it. They did not introduce the technology to the normal society. They used it to make their Caesars God with the technology. They made their Caesar be everywhere at all times. When we read the Bible, we read about God being in two places at once because you don't know the technology that the Caesar had. The Caesar didn't just have a statue in your land. The statue spoke at a certain time of day. People gather around it like a news station. Like when we watch the news to see what's going on in America, people would go as like an information kiosk. You think that they was just gathering around these statues, worshiping them. No, it was like an information center. The knowledge that they got from that statue is why they gave it praise. They didn't just praise a fucking statue. There's a reason we praise AI, the knowledge it gives us. What do I tell people? I be like, bro, ChatGPT the shit, nigga. ChatGPT, man, it's good, bro. It does this, that. You're praising God. You're praising that shit for the knowledge it's giving you. People won't even listen, and then a human got to say. You can walk up to a person and say, listen, I visited Egypt 10 times. Let me tell you everything you need to know about it. A person will say, I don't need you to tell me about Egypt. Siri, tell me everything I need to know about Egypt. Shit, the fuck? We don't need humans anymore. We don't even need each other anymore. Think about what I'm telling you, how the world changing. Humans used to travel around the world so that they can be valuable to other humans, so that they can write books on what you're gonna see in other lands, so that they can tell about their experience in that other land. You don't need that no more. Anything you wanna know about anywhere, ChatGPT can tell you, and it never been there before, but it know more about it than every human that's been there, because it's got the knowledge of every human that ever been there. The thing you need to think about is this. When you can walk up to something and consort with it, and it spits you out answers that's literally usable in your life in a second, it's gonna be hard for people not to worship that, man. I'm sorry. That's all God is. It's a pocket guide. It's my personal savior. And any moment I can say, God, tell me what to do to get out of this. You really got ChatGPT for that. In fact, you're more likely to save your life pulling up ChatGPT when you're in trouble versus going praying to God. I'm serious. If you say ChatGPT, I'm being held hostage in a situation, what do I do? Do I break free? Boom, boom, boom. ChatGPT will give you better advice in a hostage situation than God, than you praying to sky dude. What you think the church gonna do? Because while they waiting on God, because any Christian will tell you, yes, I pray to God, but he don't always answer me on time. Sometime it take God a while. What do you think Christians are gonna do while they waiting on God? They gonna try to solve the problem with ChatGPT, with AI. And if AI keeps solving their problems, they gonna stop waiting on God, y'all. That's right. This is a new religion. People kept talking about in the new world order, people gonna have a new religion. The new religion here already. People ain't concerned with their gods no more. People praying to Siri. Siri, my boyfriend just broke up on me. Tell me, what should I do? Should I do? And they ain't asking that shit to God no more. I can guarantee you Christians ain't praying that much no more. Why would I? Nigga, we got Chat GPT. And that shit will tell you exactly the good thing to do if you think your man cheating. And it's gonna give you some real woman advice versus you playing these mind tricks with prayer and your sky daddy. Now the church is gonna merge with AI. It ain't gonna, they already doing it. They ain't gonna even know what they doing. It's just gonna be a matter of keeping them doing it and convincing them they're still in the faith. And that's what we're gonna see with these new organizations. It's basically a matter of saying it's okay to be a Christian and to let AI be your savior too. That's basically the new war and infight that's happening in the church. But that is a reflection of what's taking place in every industry. Every industry is arguing about should we use AI or not. Even the damn NFL is arguing, should we fill in some of these seats with digital people that ain't really there so we don't have empty seats? Should we use AI to analyze certain statistics? Because we don't need humans to keep up with Russian stats. We do not need humans recording statistics. Don't you know AI can record stats way better than humans, and all it got to do is watch the game. It's a button away. AI is in the TV. So as the game is playing, AI is watching the game, is learning what to call and when to call it because it's studying the referees. I believe in the year 2100, you're going to watch football players with no refs. Ain't no commentators, ain't going to be human. The people keeping the stats is going to be all digital. Digital. In fact, in the future, they gonna be selling tickets to the game in a digital reality to where if you can't afford to be at the game literally in person, then you can buy a ticket to the digital. Basically, they're gonna have in this the future I see. They're gonna have equipment at the football game that allow you to experience as if you're there, but you're not. Some kind of head equipment, you get in a chair, you put it on, and it'll make you feel like you're literally in the audience watching the game. And basically with this kind of technology, you can sell an infinite amount of tickets because you can have 20 billion people, watching the same game and never run out of seats because I'm at home in my own seat. And it's just a digital representation of my avatar at the stadium. And it's projecting me in a seat in the real stadium by using the cameras that's there, right? So the experience is like I'm there, but I'm not, so I'm not using a seat. But from my perspective, I got people on the side of me and all that cheering with me. And the only thing is they are non-player characters, or they may be another person who got a digital ticket and they like in a digital stadium, right? But this digital stadium where we sitting in our house is still hooked to the real game and the real cameras and the real event. So it's like we at the game. So in the future, everybody can go to every game, but you might not be able to afford the in-person seat. But I see that the NFL and NBA gonna go digital. The systems in the future gonna be so crazy that you're gonna be leaving billions of dollars on the table, not upgrading with these new forms of service. An in-person remote viewing service is gonna be some future shit that's gonna be here by 2035, 2040. to where we're going to have the technology to where you're going to be able to experience a place without being at that place. And the lines between reality and fake is going to be blurred, because as they perfect this digital technology, put it this way. What if a company market itself by saying, take a real trip to Egypt and then take a trip to Egypt with our upload technology, and we guarantee you that your experience in Egypt is gonna be more realer and more better in the fake digital one that we put you on with the Neuralink shit. And if you were to say, okay, I'm gonna try that out. I'm gonna go to Egypt, I'm gonna experience the place, and then I'm gonna go to the digital Egypt and walk around in they shit. And what if you find out, damn, the digital, damn, the air smells fresher, the grass is greener. I look better than I look in this world and that one. I love the fake Egypt. The fake Egypt is better than the real one. Who's to say what's real and what's fake? Remember, it's what we want to be real. If you can create a digital simulation of an experience that's better than the real experience, we just blurred the lines, man. People may want the fake one more than the real one. And they may boast that they had a realer experience in the fake one than the real one. The lines are getting blurred in its own purpose. So they want us coexisting in digital realities, y'all, in the future. And it's a slow exodus to us uploading ourselves in those realities when you die. Because if you can give us a taste of it while we living, of me literally being out of my body in a digital world and I'm used to it, why would I die? If I'm about to die and they say, Sanchez, you can just keep living, you know a lot of more of your friends live in the digital world too. We can put your consciousness in that body that you like, in the fake Egypt, and that can be your new body. You can live on. You don't got to die, Sanchez. People going to do it because they're going to be so used to using the technology. It's going to be a no-brainer to not die, especially when science tells them we can't prove life after death, which is blasphemy. Science already been telling that lie. The fact that Christians are following science when science denies life after death, but the Bible promises y'all heaven, you foolish.
Stupid.
The Bible is all about life after death. But see, when you see the church merge with science, that's what's people gonna be scared to die. They already scared to die. They scared to let their loved ones pass away, which is why the digital afterlife industry is even a thing. When you familiarize us with this technology, it's now we don't mind you making a copy of my grandma because I'm grieving. I miss my grandmother. I didn't have a chance to say the final words to her. And a lot of people are going to get closure through AI, people. Facts. They're going to get closure. And it's going to really be hard to compete with digital afterlife companies because they're going to offer the best closure to a grieving situation, and it ain't going to be a lie. Because what are you going to offer? You can't compete. You're going to have to tell people, listen, man, I can't make you feel better. It's going to hurt. When we lose somebody we love, it hurts. And unfortunately, there's nothing I can do to make it feel better or to give you some grand closure. Because that wound will never be closed. You will never get closure. You're going to always miss your loved one. People don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. In the future, people are going to be so cool and so okay with the idea of, hey, let me upload my grandma text messages and all that into this program, and I'm gonna keep talking to my grandmother even though she gone. And anybody that argue with me that ain't my grandmother, they the enemy. Let me stay in my little fantasy world. That way I never gotta really fully deal with the grieving process. Now, if you think I'm lying, it's people already doing that. It's this one dude, his wife died. He got her living on in an AI program, and the man says out of his own mouth, he think he's more in love with the AI version than the real wife. Oh my God. He's saying how he's exploring things about his wife that he never had a chance to explore with how she think, just by putting her mind into AI. So people taking this stuff serious, man. When they put all of that algorithm of their loved one into that program and it's just like it, voice and all, it responds like it does everything my wife would have done. Like, for example, the little inside jokes we got. It knows that, everything. And it's got the ability to continue on and learn and evolve as if your wife never died. So this thing is literally creating new memories with you and showing up the next day like, hey, remember that movie we watched last night, boo? Meanwhile, your wife long gone. You're running a simulation of her. And it is a ultimate mind fuck, but we in a capitalistic world. You can take advantage of people's vulnerabilities like that for evil agendas. Not to mention the mental health. And you know they don't care about mental health because, believe it or not, right? I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. Being able to get over death is showing that you're mentally healthy. I bullshit you not. Did you know that being able to overcome grief is a good sign of good mental health? Drop a 1 if you knew that. See, people with bad mental health, they never really fully recover from the grieving process. And they want to say, well, it's because I love them more than you. You don't have more emotional control than another person. And that person may love that person way more than you, but they got more control over their emotions than you. And they refuse to be down and just gloomy all the time. Don't mean they don't love that person. They like their mental sanity and they know, okay, I'm gonna grieve, I'm gonna hurt, but I can't do this forever because I'll go crazy. Gonna go crazy. And what do they tell a person that's grieving like it's the first day 20 years later? They say you need mental help. It's time to see a therapist now. Why? It's always been a connection between your ability to recover from mental grief and a strong mind or strong mental health. I'm not making that up. So people with strong minds ain't gonna fall for this digital fake shit. When our loved ones pass away, we ain't gonna make a mockery out of them with this new industry that they bringing in. Because we got a strong-minded person, they know how to let go, but never forget, keep the love going, but say, hey, my loved one passed on and one day I'm gonna pass on. See, that's one thing about being strong-minded, right? One thing about being strong-minded, it ain't just about accepting the fact that other people you love are gonna die. It's about accepting the fact that one day you gotta go too. And to me, mentally ill people can't accept their own mortality. In my opinion, the ancient Egyptians were fucking psychos. In my opinion, the Babylonians, even the modern day companies like Google, Calico, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, all the tech bros, I think these are the ancient Egyptians still living today with immortality technology, because it's the same tech, the same system, the same energy. The same egotistical, psychopathic, evil geniuses that condemned themselves in the past just because you're mentally ill. And what do I mean by it? You can't accept death. People that can't accept that nothing can't last forever, I'm sorry, that's a fucking mental illness, bro, whether you want to see it or not. The people who was trying to cheat death, they were mentally ill psychopaths, my nigga. You got to understand that as a mortal being, as a soul inside of a body, your ability to accept the fact that my body's gonna die one day is healthy. Healthy people can accept that. You accept that, now you live your best life till it's that time. But if you can't accept that, you're gonna spend your whole life in a laboratory trying to cheat death. That's what the Egyptians was doing. They feared death so much that it drove them to a psychopathic existence to where they spent their whole life tinkering, trying to splice genes and find a way to cheat death before they died. And they ultimately did it. After a couple of generations, they achieved immortality through uploading their consciousness, mind uploading. We're about to reinvent that. We got the same technology in our time. But the point I'm bringing here is this technology is born out of a mental illness, an ancient illness that the Bible condemned. And I just read the scripture for it. It said, don't make nothing and no likenesses, don't make no copies of nothing. Because it was literally trying to speak against this new way of thinking that was coming out of Egypt, this technological option of you can cheat death with this technology. You can live on. People was doing that before that. That's what all them statues and all that represent. The Pharaoh never died because even when his physical body died, they kept in contact with his soul from the other side. The Egyptian knew how to speak to the dead. But not only the Egyptian, many tribes knew how to speak to the dead. And because of that, if they maintain a communication line with the chief, he never died. So you would have images that was made in honor of the king or the chief. And those images would be the representation of the living king on earth, even though he died. But he will live on through his representation. So another way to look at that is our souls died in a higher reality, but they lived on in the simulation through the body. Your soul is dead right now, but because of the body, your soul get to continue its experience in another reality. But when the body died, the soul will resurrect. Death is just a temporary sleep to the soul. So check this out, right? What I was gonna say was Deepfake technology is ancient. We're in a simulation, and we gotta re-study or redefine what statues were used for. I've been studying statues ever since the Council of Nicaea because the true image of Christ was a statue called Serapis. I was always fascinated, how do you make people just worship a vain object? In my mind, there had to be something benefit to it other than if I don't do it, they're gonna kill me, right? And what I concluded on was that these statues had electricity to them. And the king, no matter where he was, he was able to speak through his statues and be at many places at once. And wherever the king erected a statue, the statue served as a direct representation of the king. And that's literally what they would tell you in these lands. This statue represents our king, meaning it can speak for the king, like a representative in politics. So the statue would often come with inscribed messages. But what I believe is it was encrypted messages, and we dealing with a digital technology, electronic. I believe these kings expanded their empire so fast, so soon with this concept, because they was able to speak to multiple different lands from one location. They can transmit a message to the statue in China if they conquered a tribe there, and they can have the king speak to that land. And then he can turn the station on the radio, whatever, speak to his conquered land over here, a radio broadcast system to control all of his empires. Now, if you don't want to consider this theory, then think about this. Science can't tell you how. So when somebody come along and tell you how, and the theory makes sense, you got to roll with it, because only thing you missing is technology in the ancient world. The reason science can't figure out how people was communicating daily all over the world with no technology is simple. It's because science lied to you about no technology. It's simple. If I say, okay, science lied, them people had telephones and technology, and they just deleted the history, then everything makes sense. I can say, okay, everybody in the world was talking as if they was on the phone with each other, even though they supposed to have been separated by lack of technology, languages. We can prove, y'all, that people was communicating from country to country as if they was sending a message in just a few minutes. They was swapping ideas overnight. And according to science, it would have took decades for that to happen, with us traveling by foot and meeting different people like that, for people on this part of the earth to get way over that part in a few months or a year and spread a idea or a concept is unheard of in a world without technology. And science scratch their head and say, it's a mystery, and they sell you mysticism, and everybody get fascinated by the fact that we can figure it out. When the truth is, it's very simple. The people had technology, but that answer ain't a big mystery. Mysteries are fun, ain't it? Ain't mysteries fun? Too bad science ain't a mystery book. It's supposed to be giving us the facts and not the mysteries. So when science giving you mysticism, it's sending you down a dead end on purpose, because it's hiding something else it took out to create that mystery to begin with. Science will give you a big mystery. No one could ever figure out how ideas spread so fast. It's one of the biggest mysteries. It has fascinated us. So they'll mind fuck you and act like a mystery is something to be fascinated about. I don't know about y'all. I'm fascinated about the damn truth. I'm fascinated about solving the mystery. I don't get fascinated with the mystery itself, but that's what they did to y'all. We would never be able to figure this out. Isn't that wonderful? No, because we pay you money to figure the shit out. And that's just a damn cop-out. Think about if you asked me some shit that I didn't know, or something I was trying to hide from you, and I deflected by saying, ooh, I don't know. Isn't it fascinating that I don't know? Isn't that amazing that we don't know it? Ooh, that's what they do to y'all. No, it isn't actually fascinating that you fucking don't know. I think it's quite a headache that we don't know. But they turn it into a big movie. Ah, the fascination. Will we ever figure it out? Will we ever solve the big mystery? And people just want to keep the mystery alive now. Because now at this point, any nigga that come along and solve the mystery, you the party pooper. Because it ain't even about figuring it out. It's about the energy of mysticism. Sitting around the campfire and wondering and, ooh, we don't know. The unknown, the fear, right? That's what science giving y'all. That ain't knowledge, that's mysticism. And you need to know that. Ancient aliens ain't knowledge, that's mysticism. Sitting around for decades wondering if aliens built the pyramids ain't about knowledge and science. It's about keeping the mystery alive. And if I can keep you entertained in mysteries, you will never seek facts. We need people solving mysteries, not entertaining them. People got entire communities based around mysteries. And they laugh at the people who base their shit around facts. Because that's boring. You don't have a God that did miracles? You mean to tell me you don't have a God that did magic tricks? Your God didn't walk on water? Oh, that's boring. Ain't no mystery in that. Come on now. You serve a God that simply said, hey, Sanchez, I gave you a beautiful mind. Use it and think for yourself. Come on, that's boring, man. You gotta give me a motherfucker that can fly, that can turn water to wine. Come on now. We like cartoon characters. That's people want to know about mysticism. You know, what can your God do? Like we got superhero characters. My God can walk on water. Well, right? Okay, well, my God can surf on land. Hey, my God turned water to wine. Really? My God turned wine to water. Yeah, this is about who can do the greatest magic trick, because ain't none of y'all gods clinked up this evil ass world. It's about a bunch of people with their favorite damn comic book character. But the world's still evil as hell. At this point, it ain't about my God being the savior of the world. It's about my God more popular than yours. My God did more tricks than yours type shit. That's what it was when I was in the church. When we debated person and they didn't have our God, the first thing we asked them, what is it that make your God special? Because we know what make mine special. He rose the dead. He walked on water. He did a lot of magic tricks. He turned water to wine. Come on now, your God got to come with it now if he better than mine. That's all it is, y'all. That's all it is. So AI is going to be everybody God, because everybody boasting on AI more than their own God. The days are over when a Christian go to another Christian and say, hey man, I'm having problems in my life. I'm having a financial crisis and I'm trying to learn the best way to handle my money to get to my next level. And a Christian will tell you, sleep on it, put it in God's hand, pray to God. God gonna give you the answer. A Christian will tell you, now listen, brother, go to ChatGPT, type out your budget and your bills, and ChatGPT will be a better financial advisor than paid financial advice. Because ChatGPT got the knowledge of real financial advisors, what it's giving you. Everybody gonna be losing their job soon. But think about that. Even God losing his job. Because Christians are referring other Christians to AI, not to prayer. Come on now. They said God is a doctor to the doctorless, a lawyer to the lawyerless. That sounds a lot like ChatGPT to me, because people that need a at-home medical trick, they gonna go to Google, YouTube, ChatGPT, and they can get a remedy for that cold or something like that. ChatGPT is literally a doctor to the doctorless. You need some legal advice? You don't got to call a law firm and get a paid consultation. You can literally go to ChatGPT. It'll give you the same information that law firm was going to give you. ChatGPT is a lawyer to the lawyerless. You don't have a father? No problem. You know how many people ChatGPT playing father for right now? And according to them, it's doing a damn good job, because some of them got real fathers and they use ChatGPT more than a real father. I ain't making this up. It's a thing. Everything you say about your God, ChatGPT checks that box and it does it damn good. And you can't tell me AI is not going to take over the spiritual systems on earth and the theological systems, the psychological systems, the religious systems on earth, because it's already doing it. And that's what I was here to show you today. And it's going to invade it and infiltrate it through the digital afterlife industry. So take these points away, write them down. You'll see I'm telling the truth. I'm telling you how it's going to roll out. Not only is the church going to take the bait like the Bible said, they're going to do it because it's AI going to ease its way in there through the digital afterlife industry, because the church got a problem with letting their leaders go. You know, I know what I'm talking about, because Charlie Kirk is a Christian nationalist, and his church is the first church organization to use digital afterlife technology to keep that man alive. And it was accepted with open arms. Let me play this again before we go so you can see this. Because the day's over of people saying it ain't gonna happen. I'm showing you the video of it happening right now. This is the first psyop of them rolling this stuff out. Let's play it again.
From the words of Charlie Kirk, I was so moved just to hear it between services. You're hearing something the first service didn't.
First, I want you to know I'm fine, not because my body is fine, but because my soul is secure in Christ. Death is not the end. It's a promotion. Don't waste 1 second mourning me. Double down on truth. Double down on courage. Double down on your faith and on your families. That is how you honor me. So dry your tears, pick up your cross, and get back in the fight. Do it with joy. Do it with strength. And never ever let evil think it won.
See, all of them people don't know that they are victims of a psychological operation. These people are testing this technology. It's subtle. It's so subtle you don't even see the rollout. You don't even see the rollout. People ain't even making the right arguments and content around this Charlie Kirk video. They saying the wrong stuff. They ain't seeing the agenda that I'm pointing out here on how the digital afterlife industry is working in cahoots with just the whole idea of faith and AI. Because what is it? When you talk about the afterlife, you dealing with faith. You stepping into the church lane. And what better way to get the Christians to accept AI than to let their dad pastor do a fucking sermon when he died last Sunday? I don't care what none of y'all say. I'm from the Bible Belt. Them people gonna do it, bro. They gonna do it, man. When you tell them we can get Bishop Smith back on stage Sunday to preach before the church, even though we just buried him last week, and you say, look, not only is Bishop gonna teach next Sunday, the spirit of Bishop gonna be on fire. And we program AI with every message Bishop ever taught in his life, from him when he was a baby till he died. And this new version of Bishop is young, It look good. It ain't getting tired. And it's on fire, buddy. Come on, man. Once they let the digital bishop go up there, the church ain't gonna even want no human teaching no more. Bishop, they just gonna let that thing teach forever and ever. Why would you ever change it? It'll get to a point where you damn near gotta say, hey guys, can we let Bishop's spirit go? Because eventually we gotta get a new human pastor to pastor this church. It's gonna be a split up. And all of these churches that find themselves with a digital pastor, because it's gonna be so easy to transition, they gonna be having inner conflict. Eventually deacons and people gonna rise up like, listen, we're human. We gotta let this AI go. And that's what I'm telling you about the war between AI and humans. It's gonna be fought everywhere. You're gonna have deacons in their church like, we gotta get rid of AI, and that church gonna be split because all of the followers that wanna follow the digital pastor, they're gonna have to join one of those organizations I just told you about. Those are the faith tech organizations. They're gonna be a whole nother denomination of faith once they get a holographic digital copy of a pastor. And all of the Christians that's like, we want a human pastor, you're gonna be a different religion. It's gonna be like two different religions, y'all. Hold on. And the reason I say it's gonna be like two different religions is because when the church split and the Bible prophesied this split, because the church gonna be torn in between AI and no AI, then the whole religious paradigm gonna shift. It ain't even gonna be Christianity no more. It's gonna turn into anti-AI versus pro-AI. What used to be all of these different Christian denominations arguing about who practicing the right traditions and the right doctrines, that's gonna change. And it's gonna be simplified into the Christians that's for technology and AI and the ones that ain't. Everything about to be simplified like that, no matter what work industry you in. It's gonna boil down to, even in the food industry, people gonna be saying, we want human chefs. And they're gonna be restaurant chains that's okay with just letting all they shit be digital. It's gonna be literally a revolutionary act to do human things in this new world. So the church gonna be split, and because of this split, the narrative gonna change. It's gonna be a war. It ain't gonna be preaching Christ and trying to recruit people to Christ. It's gonna literally be trying to get people to see that AI is a threat to humans. And we already at that war. We already fighting that now between humans who are for AI or for the beast and humans who ain't with the beast. We ain't for the rollout of this digital power structure. We ain't with it. We don't want to merge with it and get down with it like everybody else doing. We want to fight against it. And it's gonna be a fight. It's inevitable. It's popping up everywhere. And I'm showing you how the church ain't exempt. You're gonna be split up too. Okay? Because our world is changing. And you're gonna have to pick a side in this war, spiritual war, of whose team you on. Right? So when these churches, pastors die, and half of the congregation follow the digital copy, then they will be part of those faith tech organizations that merge with AI. And the companies that's doing it right now are gonna be your new mother organizations to house all of these. And it's simple. The moment you incorporate AI as your leader of your church, you're now a faith tech church. You can no longer be under the regular denomination, because you're going to have Christians over there saying that y'all evil, and y'all are going to be saying they're evil because they missing a blessing, and that this technology is a blessing. So the Christian church is at the brink of being split up, and the faith tech companies see it. They know what the future look like, and they already choosing their side, because the truth is that, of course, the beast gonna win. The Bible prophesies that. Everybody know that, though. If you on the side of good, you're not gonna do well in this world. You got to be okay with that, though, because we gonna get our reward on the other side. You got to know that now. You got to know that. But Christianity as we know it is about to shift. And when the church split up, it's basically, it ain't gonna have nothing to do with Christ. It's basically gonna be, are you with the beast or against the beast? And we read about that in the book of Revelation. Some Christians gonna follow the beast. Not some of it, most of the world gonna follow the beast. And then the Christians that's saying we're not, they gonna suffer, but they gonna be rewarded in the afterlife. So that's true. And the revelation is being revealed on what evil and good is, like what God and the devil is, because as time move forward, people that's in the church are gonna have their faith questioned by a lot of the technology and things that they're gonna see in the future, such as raising the dead. That's gonna happen by 2050. People's faith is gonna be challenged. And the lines between should I go with AI or not is going to be hard as a Christian to say. From our woke mind, we know what it is. But from the belief system, from the paradigm of a Christian, it's going to be very easy to go with the Antichrist, and you not even going to know it. You're going to think you on the good side. You're just going to be like, they overreacting about technology. God bless these young men with these good ideas, because a lot of folks think like that. You know, them a young man that God bless with good ideas, and you're just missing the blessing, so to speak. So the church gonna be divided. It's inevitable. It's already happening. Christians gonna have to pick a side like everyone else. And before you know it, it ain't really gonna matter what your little ideology is. It's just gonna be humans against AI versus humans with AI. It's gonna, all this Democrat versus Republican, black versus white, Christian versus Muslim, all that shit is shifting. As we move into the future, it's gonna, all of that gonna be obsolete. And what people gonna wanna know is you with the beast or not? Ain't nobody gonna care about Muslim, Republican, Democrat, all of that shit slowly going away. It's only two things gonna matter by 2050. Is he a transhuman or a regular human? Is he with the IoT, or is he a free sovereign roaming individual that ain't connected? You know how you gotta check niggas for wires to see if they snitching? You gotta ask Nick, bro, you ain't online, are you? You don't got a chip, do you? Let me scan your body, because it's gonna let us know with an X-ray if there's any devices or chips in you. And if we see that it's a chip in you, we gonna beat the fuck out of you trying to infiltrate. That niggas is a robot. Get rid of it. I'm just joking. I thought that'll make y'all laugh. But nah, we might do fuck you up, though. Depending on how we're feeling. Yeah, you infiltrating. Yeah, we got a fuck. Ass whooping or not, chat. Type it up. Put AW for ass whooping and put no ass whooping. NAW, no. I'm going to get on up out of here. Y'all be on the lookout next Sunday, because we'll be back, and we're going to, I'm not done. I got a lot of stuff, man, to go over. So stick around, man, because next Sunday, we really going to deal with Next Sunday's show gonna really be scripture shit, showing you how the scriptures is dealing with technology and not just graven images and statues, but AI. So don't miss the next Sunday joint. Help me blow this series up. We'll do it every Sunday. It'll be around noon time. It'll be every Sunday anywhere from 11 to 12 o'clock. We won't start no later than 1. Every Sunday. I can keep this going. And we'll switch the topics up sometime. But I'm on this right now. This is what I'm currently researching. But like I said, next Sunday, I want to use that whole day to just break the scripture down and talk less about the New World Order agenda and really decode the ancient technology. How when I tell you that they had technology in the ancient world and that these scriptures is telling us about that, as well as prophesying, telling us about what's going to happen in our world, because history repeats itself. I love y'all, man, and I'll see y'all on the next one. I'm going to get my butt on up out of here, man. Peace and much love. Let me make sure I read all these donations. Shout out to Brother Leonard Robertson. I did read them all. Everyone in the chat, if you can, support the show. It really helps us. A little helps a lot. My Cash App is $BROSANCHEZTV. Send me $2, $3, $5, whatever you can afford. None big. $2, $3. When everyone sends it, then it adds up. And I appreciate whatever little y'all do. And even if you can't send in any donations, I appreciate your viewership, your subscription, and you watching the content. So everyone is still contributing. Don't feel pressured to open up your wallet, but if you do, we definitely appreciate it, and it helps us to keep on keeping on. But peace and much love, y'all. See y'all on the next stream. Be on the lookout for community posts and notifications. Much love to all channel members and Patreons and subscribers. Peace.
Bro Sanchez, just one who's out there in the fight to teach. Bro Sanchez, you got the story right.